Good morning on this fine spring morning. I'm glad to see that we've got some people in the Zoom. We're still expecting others to join us. Unfortunately, some of the students have let us know that they won't be able to attend because they've got lectures or tests or things that they can't, commitments they can't avoid. So they will be expected to watch the recording of this occasion, which we'll make available on the website. And if they attend or they watch the recording, then they will be sent a prize. And the prize is, I might as well say, hey, it is a book by Professor Jonathan Jansen. You know, when I started studying a million years ago, I didn't realize how important it was to actually talk to older, more experienced people at the university. And hopefully you've worked out that that is actually what you need to do. But it is so important who you know and who you have had interactions with. There is so much to know in the world, not just in terms of book knowledge, internet knowledge. There is so much to know from other people. And the more you can learn from them and follow their example, the better you will be off in the rest of your life. So you learn life lessons from other people and from their examples, as well as from the interactions that you have with them. And that is what this program is about, what the Brilliants program is about, and specifically this occasion where we introduce you to some of the winners in person, and they have a chance to interact with you as well. You can follow up in person if you want to discuss with them further. And I think this is an opportunity of a lifetime, basically. So I hope that you all enjoy it, both speakers and students. And I think this will be a wonderful day for all of you. We are just waiting for this first speaker, but you can have a look at the biographies of the speakers in the meantime. They are on the NSTF website under the Brilliance program. If you scroll down further down the page, and Vilna has also put a direct link in the chat. And she will post the biographies of each speaker as they come up. Okay, but have a look at that so long. I can quickly share the program and just give you an overview of what we're expecting today. Okay, so first we'll have Usisipho Feleni, who's an associate professor and thematic area leader in applied electrochemistry, Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability at UNISA. And she won the NSTF-South32 Award as an emerging researcher this year. All of the speakers today are award winners this year, so you would have seen them on stage at the awards gala dinner. And the second speaker is Professor Salome Maswime. She's an obstetrician, gynaecologist, and head of global surgery at the Department of Medicine at the University of Western Cape. And she won the first ever NSTF SAMRC Clinician Scientist Award. Professor Nosipho Moloto. She holds a chair in energy materials, and she's a research professor in inorganic chemistry at Wits. And she won the award, one of the 2 awards for engineering research capacity development. Next up, we'll have Mr. Tshepo Mangoele. He's the CEO and founder of LignOrganic, and he won the award for an NGO. So the NSTF-South32 NGO Award. Then we'll have Professor Jonathan Jansen, who's a distinguished professor of education at Stellenbosch University, and he's president of ASAF, the Academy of Science of South Africa, and he received the Lifetime Award at the recent NSTF-South32 Awards. And then last but certainly not least, we've got Dr. Philemon Mjwara, who's the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation. And he was awarded the Ukhozi Award, the special award that NSTF makes to someone who has made a remarkable contribution to science in general in South Africa and to NSTF in particular. So this is, you can see, a very interesting lineup, and certainly it is a privilege for you to meet all of them. And they are all outstanding role models, the best in the country. Okay. Itu, has Prof Feleni joined us yet?
Yes, Yancy. She's in the meeting.
Okay. Prof Feleni, can I introduce you?
Yes, please. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome. Apologies, I'm not seeing your... I think I've got it in a separate document. Apologies. Usisipho Feleni is an associate professor at iNanoWS, UNISA. Her research expertise is on electrochemical biosensors, electrocatalysis or catalysis for monitoring disease biomarkers, pathogens for SARS-CoV-2, which, as you know, causes COVID-19, pharmaceutical contaminants in water, and carbon capture. So you can read her bio in the chat, and as you gather, her research is highly specialized, but what she does is she has found a way of realizing how, well, of tracing what diseases are present through all these expert ways of doing it, and particularly looking at pharmaceutical contaminants in water and carbon capture. So these are fields that you wouldn't associate with each other, but it's going to be very interesting to hear what Prof Feleni is going to be sharing with us. So, Prof, you are on. I will stop sharing. There we go. Most welcome, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Yes, I see your slides.
Okay. I can see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this invitation, Chair. I would like to first introduce myself, just a short story about me. I am Usisipho Feleni from the Eastern Cape. I come from a very small village in Mjwara. So I schooled there in Khanyisa Junior Secondary School. Then I went to St. James Catholic School in Mjwara. But then at that time, we did not have the luxury of social media and internet to search about the universities to go to or the careers to take part into. And I remember I did not even have a role model because at some point in time, I wanted to be a pharmacist. Some days I want to be a nurse, some days because I was like, I want something that would make a difference back home as well as in South Africa. But then I have a personal story that had happened when I was doing grade 12, that I had an aunt that was taking a medication, HIV medication, but she suddenly passed away. So I was devastated, of course, and I was very, very young at that time. And I said to myself, that's it. I want to be understanding. It's either I develop a drug or it's either I try to understand why people are dying while taking this medication. But then when I went to the university, I did BSc in chemical sciences, and I was sponsored. I was funded by the National Student Financial Aid for that 4 years in my undergraduate. And then in my honors level, that's when I decided, I had a chat with my supervisor then to say I wanted to be a pharmacist, but I don't know what pharmacist does. So he explained to me that no, pharmacist is a person who will give you or prescribe a medication for you. Then I said, okay, I want something that would make me to understand why people are dying who are HIV positive and who are taking medication. What could be the cause? So that maybe there is a way that we can find and try to figure out why people are dying and how we can minimize the death in South Africa. That's when now I started developing electrochemical biosensors for detecting or monitoring ARV drugs in patients. So I got to understand why people are either dying at that point in time. But then, of course, I was also funded by CSIR in my honors level. And I won the Golden Key International Honor Society for Excellence in research. So I moved on because I wanted to carry out this project. So I moved on into doing my master's level. I did master's in nanoscience, whereby now we're looking into synthesizing nanomaterials. I don't know whether you know much about nanomaterials, but these nanomaterials, they are very, very small. They cannot be seen with the naked eye, and they are up to 10 to the power minus 9. So if you want to see these nanomaterials, of course, you have to use a microscope. And it was a research trend that was reigning or started in South Africa, whereby now these nanomaterials, they can improve the performance when we are developing these sensing tools. So that's why we are calling it nanoscience and nanotechnology, because we use nanotechnology to do this detection or monitoring these ARV drugs in patients who are taking ARV drugs. So I continued because I was very fascinated, and I now looked into technologies that could be improving the quality of life, not only for HIV patients or TB patients, but also to improve the quality of life for women, because I am a woman. So in my PhD studies, I now carried out research that was focusing on developing a tool that will be understanding the phenotype meaning that we understand the genetics as well as how women are responding to tamoxifen, which is a drug given to patients that are taking, that have a breast cancer. So, and then after that, I was very, very much active. I was an active student From my PhD, I carried out my postdoctoral fellowship. Then I was able to train students from honors, from master's, PhD, and I was an expert. I became an expert in one of the instrumentation, which is small angle X-ray scattering. So after becoming that expert, I got a position at UNISA as a senior lecturer. So I started working as a senior lecturer in 2018, July, at UNISA for about 3 years. So just to touch base on some of the things that carried me on or led me to become a role model at a young age. So when I was a PhD student, there were opportunities. Of course, there are opportunities from undergraduate level. There are, scholarships that people can apply for. Honors level, I talked about CSIR that I got for my honors level, and then master's, I was using the National Nanoscience Platform Research Scholarship. Then for PhD, I applied for the NRF, which funded me for PhD as well as my postdoctoral level. But there were so many things that I tried together with my supervisor, because in this field, I think it is very, very important that we have mentors. We also have support systems that would guide us in terms of applying for awards. So in the PhD level, I applied for the South African Women in Science, and I also applied for the L'Oreal Women in Science, which is an international fellowship. So these pictures are just showcasing that I started becoming a role model at a very young age when I was doing my PhD studies, and I was now invited on radios, I was invited on television, whereby now I was talking about how women should go for checkups at a very, very young age, so that if there is a possibility of breast cancer, it can be cured or treated very, very quickly. And I was also on Mail and Guardian and Feleni magazine, which I never thought I would be, but because of the research projects that I was doing, I was able to also participate on radio interviews. So just to touch base on some of the things that I was able to secure, but it was not an easy journey, as I've mentioned. It was not an easy journey because there are several things as a woman that happens. It's either you become pregnant or you become a wife, and so many things are happening. But if there is a support structure and the self motivation that comes within us would allow us to push through the boundaries so that we can achieve so many things that are required in our research careers. So there are some of the awards that I've won. Of course, the chairperson mentioned that I won the T.W. Kambule for imaging researcher. And on Friday, last Friday, I won the South African Women in Science for the Distinguished Young Woman Researcher, which was held in Durban on Friday night. And of course, I also won some of the institutional awards at UNISA, the Principal's Prize for Excellence in Research, which monitors the researchers that are under 35 and performing very, very well. And of course, if you receive a research grant at UNISA, either a R500,000 club or R1 million club, you receive an award. And if you're part of the memberships, you also receive some of the awards for the memberships. So one of the important things that would make one to move from one stage to the other is to also apply or look for opportunities that would expand the expertise. One of the things that I did when I started was to apply for research fellowships. These research fellowships are very, very important for one to collaborate with other researchers, because we are emerging researchers. It's very important to go and expand the skills, and also to collaborate, and also to ensure that we learn as much as we can and bring those expertise in South Africa. So these are some of the fellowships that I've applied for. And of course, because we want to ensure that our research is expanding in South Africa. So there is a need for individual researchers to apply for research funding, and I've listed some of the research funding that I've managed to attain in the ever since I started working at UNISA. Now, I just want to touch base on several things that maybe we need to be aware of. And of course, many people know what Black Lives Matters. And of course, when it started to reign, there was a lot of attention and programs on diversity and transformation, which of course emphasizes on women that are represented in less groups. And I do understand that also governments and institutions and organizations worldwide, they also emphasized on the need for diversity and transformation. I'll just touch base on South Africa on its own. South Africa, the transformation requires that previously disadvantaged groups, meaning that Black women or Black people, to be fully represented in all aspects in society, schools, academic, governments, and as well as politics, because we need many numbers from disadvantaged groups. And of course, this has shown some elevation on women, but of course, there's a need for more to happen. So there are some of the challenges that I touched based on about my personal challenges that can maybe be addressed as I'm talking about this. How do I move? So some of the challenges that I've faced, I feel like some of the people are facing is that we become pregnant, we become mothers, we become wives, we become single parent. I am a single parent, and it's not easy to raise a child on your own. And work issues. I mean, you have to work as well to perform. And childbirth, the process of being pregnant and be expected to perform. So those are the challenges that I've faced, and I feel like some of the people are facing. But then these are things that would make us to think of the SMART goals, or how to ensure that we balance our personal lives as well as, you know, the performance in terms of our work. Now, of course, there are some of the things that we cannot run away from, that everywhere academics, they're very, very competitive. And of course, they are competitive openly and subtly. And if we are competitive, this competitiveness, they can, you know, cause a lot of stress. If we are looking into the next person, they can also cause discouragement. But some of the people, they can take it into a positive manner and become encouraged and say, this is my role model, I want to perform and become much better. Or we can even abandon our work because of the competitiveness. So it happens even when we are students, because you will see that your neighbor or your friend is getting higher marks. But if we can use those information to say, Yazi, if the next person is getting top marks, maybe I should be friends with the person or go to the person to ask, how can you help me? How can I improve on my own personal space instead of competing with the next person? And of course, there's a belief system that says that, yes, women are competitive, but they are not competitive as men. And there's a question that we always ask, should a woman in academia accept that women are not as competitive as men? You know, so just to encourage just a little, in this academic journey, one cannot achieve alone. It's not possible to work alone for one to improve in their career. So women or men, or I would say just everybody, it is very, very important that we collaborate and we complement our expertise with each other. And I've shared just a little information about how we can overcome some of the challenges that we are facing in this academic journey or academic life, is that if we collaborate, if we sit down and understand that, okay, we are developing a sensing tool, or we are developing something that would make meaning or improve quality of water or improve the quality of life for everybody in South Africa, we need to bring expertise together. And in this case, we have formulated a team, not only from UNISA, it's a team combining expertise from various universities, nationally and internationally. And it's very, very important that people collaborate in terms of grants, in terms of supervision, in terms of writing papers and community engagement, because without doing so, there will be no impact or no growth in terms of how we can actually develop all these tools that we talk about. And I think I touched based on this about the importance of research grants or fellowships. To the students, I've mentioned that I was a student myself, and I saw a lot of changes when I started applying for fellowships, that now I was the person who was, you know, being interviewed or being a role model, which I never thought I would be. And these are very, very important to start up as a researcher, or to start understanding which path, career path you will be taking from your, you know, postgraduate degree. So some of the important features for the research grant is that they are critical for achieving professional independence and success. You can be successful if you get these fellowships, because now you will be presenting, you'll be talking, you will be meeting different people, and you'll be able to think outside the box. So if you are an early career researcher, maybe you are finishing your postdoctoral level, you can then apply for funding to start up your own research group and start up expanding your research expertise. And another important feature that I talked about previously is that it will help one to collaborate nationally and internationally and be visible in terms of understanding or elevating the research career. And of course, one can also visit other places or institutions. So for example, I've listed some of the research fellowships that I have, and I've been to the USA, University of Michigan. Recently I was in Spain. I will be going to the USA tonight. So these are the opportunities that opens up when one looks for research fellowships and grants. Yeah. So are these opportunities created for only women or both males and females? There are so many research fellowships or opportunities that are created for gender-based. For example, there are those for women, for example, there are those for everybody. So in terms of the fellowships that one can apply for in the university level, maybe from master's level, one can apply for L'Oreal Women in Science, SARChI, and other fellowships that are there for women, for example. And of course, there are also fellowships for staff members, which is Science by Women. This is the fellowship that I used to go to Spain. We can apply for tours. There are so many opportunities under tours. There's Tech Women if you want to be a leader. So you can apply for a Tech Women. A Tech Women, even if you have your BSc honors, but you must have some sort of a community engagement, so that when you go and present, you can talk about how you can formulate, you know, a group of, you know, your community, whereby you'll be funded and be bringing learners from primary school, high schools, and maybe first years. So these are very, very important fellowships that are very, very, you know, competitive and available for people to apply for. But of course, there are also general fellowships which apply to gender equity, to accommodate both males and females. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of a Fulbright. Fulbright will give you a fellowship of a 9-month to go to the US. There's also University of Michigan African Presidential Scholar, as well as other fellowships that are present for everybody to apply for. Now, another list of fellowships that are available for early career, we have the Royal Society of Chemistry fellowships that one can apply for. But of course, you have to be a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry to even start to apply. There's Fulbright for early career researchers. There's Humboldt. Humboldt will allow one to go to Europe or Germany to spend 2 years and expand their research careers. There's also tours UNESCO. I talked about the tours previously. There are tours for students, tours for staff members. And of course, there are various fellowships that one can try and apply. But of course, these are very, very competitive. So it's very, very important that people should start preparing now. If there's a need for a research paper, people should start acquiring all the required information on time, so that by the time they want to apply for, they can compete and maybe attain those research grants. In terms of the grants, there are various grants that are available for women. There's SARChI chair for women. There's UNISA, because I'm based at UNISA, there's also UNISA Women in Research Support Program. So they also emphasize on building women. But there are also grants on National Research Foundation for everybody. In terms of the awards, I think I've mentioned already in the previous slides that there are various awards that one can apply for. One of them is the National Science and Technology Forum. So there's also women forums that one can be part of. For undergraduate or final year in science, they can apply for Black Women in Science program. It's a very, very nice program. It equips one to be better and to know what to do as they are taking up their research careers for honors up to the PhD. Now, another important thing that we need to focus on is the leadership. It's very, very important that leadership will really, really help in learning. I think in my first slide, I talked about me raising my hand and being an expert in one equipment. I did not know that time that these things are helping me to be better, and also, to list everything that I've done in my CV. Hence, I was also able to get a job here because I was able to use, or I was the only woman who knew how to use the small angle X-ray scattering. So it's very, very important to raise your hand at an early age to start leading, prepare yourselves to be leaders. So leading will help in diplomacy. Diplomacy means that it will help you to understand how to work with various personalities, because we are different people, but diplomacy will always be there once you start leading. And it will help one to understand or work as a team or network with other people. And also it will help one to be very, very, very competitive. Competitiveness is very, very important to achieve your goal. And it will also help in terms of the time management. I spoke about SMART goals that are very, very important, because you have to prioritize what is important. You prioritize your work and prioritize your family. And leadership can also help you in finding and applying for grants, research and instrumental grants, fellowships, and awards. And it can help in terms of developing and management of the research teams or groups. So those are very, very important that you start now. Being in your first year doesn't mean you cannot take up space. But of course, you must have some SMART goal on how to balance taking up the space in terms of leadership and taking out space in improving your results, so that you can compete and get research funding as you are moving along with your career. Now, in terms of some of the things that I've done, some of the things that improve me, that I attended, a leadership program, leadership and innovation program. And this program taught me so many things on how to listen to people and how to be patient and not interrupt when people are asking for advice. So these are some of the photos that we were given tasks and how to present and how to lead as a woman. And just to conclude, I'll just be touch basing on women and everybody, is that everyone should be proactive, especially women, after having a child, after so many things that are happening to us, but of course with men as well. So we just have to be proactive in terms of research, because this is our work, in terms of collaborating with other people, and the creation of research groups. It's very, very important that we should have a plan of creating centers of excellence that would be led by women and men, and also to expand the expertise, because we talk about research and innovation. So once we think outside the box or think about the future of saying, we are not only going to do research, but we're also going to be innovative enough so that in future we can open up companies, these companies that can lead into creating jobs, which is part of the National Development Plan 2030. And also it's very, very important now that you are doing your first years or doing your undergraduate, to identify and belong. You have to identify. Now, there are so many challenges we are facing here in South Africa. We had a problem with COVID. We have a problem with climate change, problem with load shedding, and these can be solved by you, the next generation. But of course, you need nurturing from your role models, from your supervisors. So if you start now by identifying where you want to solve these issues so that we can be a better South Africa, it will be very helpful for us in South Africa. And of course, as much as I was talking about how I moved, the challenges I faced, the challenges I'm still facing. So it's very, very important that we take time from the comfort zone. Comfort zone means you are comfortable, meaning that you don't want to improve. Maybe you do want to improve, but you don't want to overstretch yourself. So it's very important that you move from the comfort zone and say that I'm going to go to Michigan and expand my project. I'm going to go there and gain a lot of knowledge so that I can bring and improve our, research in South Africa. So that's why there's a need for people to start searching for fellowships or sponsorships so that they can move from the comfort zone. And it's very important to apply for things. Some of the times we don't get everything we apply for, but it does not mean that people should be discouraged. So of course, when you apply for something you do not get, you revise and check if there are comments that are sent to you. You revise and look at how you can improve on the application. So you have to be persistent in this case. And we should be helping one another. If you see your neighbor or somebody struggling in your class, help that person. As much as we are competitive, yes, but it's very, very important that we start helping one another to say, can we solve this issue? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Help me with an application if you've done it before. And you just have to be focused. There are so many things that can distract one to less perform. It could be a personal situation. It could be any situation, but it's very, very important that one should remain focused. I talked about leadership. Yes, one can take up that space in leadership, but one has also to remain focused so that when you perform, you know that you are performing in full force. And we need to avoid overcommitment. As much as we want to take up all the spaces that are there for us, you do not overcommit. Yes, I understand we are church members. We go to church. Maybe we are ushers at church. We are in the choirs at church. We are also responsible for so many things, for practicals, for our work. So we should not be overcommit so that we can perform in all these different angles. Those are my conclusions. And I hope that these will also help you when you are moving along into your careers, into your spaces, so that we can all improve and look up to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Feleni. It's thank you for your excellent advice and your perspective from where you are. And I'm sure that the students were thinking ahead as you were speaking and will heed your advice. Thank you so much. We have to move on to the next speaker. I also want to thank you for your exact timing and such an efficient presentation.
Thank you.
So, Prof, thank you very much indeed. Our next speaker is Prof Salome Maswime, and I will introduce her quickly. I can find my buttons. Prof Maswime is a professor and head of the Global Surgery Division at the University of Cape Town, and she's an obstetrician and gynecologist. She's a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa, which is an honor, and she's chairperson of the Health Systems Trust Board. You can read her biography in the chat, and you can also note that she received the first NSTF SAMRC Clinician Scientist Award at the NSTF Awards recently. Welcome, Prof Maswime. We're looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Thanks, yeah. So I'll try not to be too long because I'm hoping if there is at the end time for any discussion, but let's see how it goes. So I thought to myself, you know, what best to talk about? We're given a very broad brief on what topics we could cover. And I asked myself what I would have liked to hear at this stage of my life and career. And firstly, just to say huge congratulations to all of you. I think just even what I've heard about you and seen of you, you guys are really amazing and incredible. A lot more ahead and advanced than I was at your age. And so it's a great privilege to meet you, but also to share a bit of my own story and also to give you a bit of advice and suggestions for the future. So I'll just start off by sharing my story a bit and then go into more general principles. So I studied, I come from Limpopo. I studied in Polokwane, my high school, and then I got accepted by UKZN where I did my MPCHB. Thereafter, I specialized at Wits to become an obstetrician and gynecologist, and got a wonderful opportunity to do my PhD as part of a clinician scientist program that was sponsored by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Thereafter, it kind of, you know, left me. I was young. I've got a PhD in obstetrics and gynae. What do I do next with my life? And so I applied for a scholarship to go to Harvard, where I got accepted to do my postdoctoral studies there. And essentially came back to South Africa to work at the University of Cape Town as the head of global surgery, and I'm now a full professor there. So my work is very interesting because it's now looks at systems, but I started off as a clinician and have really been able to pioneer a brand new field along with others in the world doing this work in global surgery, but also being a leader, an African leader in this field, and having a seat at the table in interesting places like the WHO or UNISA, where important decisions are made about the world. Then I thought, let me share a bit about my age and my milestones, because many of you, as I know, are very young achievers. much younger than I was, even when I started having some significant achievements. And then I'm gonna go into how do you plan a successful life and career where you are right now. So at the age of 22, I became a doctor, and I got married at the age of 23. So clearly in medical school, I wasn't a very boring student. I had a bit of a social life, probably more of a social life than an academic life. And I've got two sons, had my first child when I was 29. And I thought just to add that, because historically, a lot of women had to give up their families and career, their families to have a successful career. I've listened to a lot of older professors, you know, those who are probably in their 60s and over, who are female, very accomplished females, saying that they sacrificed having kids, they sacrificed getting married because it was either work or marriage. There wasn't an opportunity for both. But for those of us who are younger, we've been able to find a good balance between doing all of this. So at the age of 30, I was a gynecologist, completed my PhD at the age of 34. Last year became a full professor at the age of 39. So I'm 40. It's not a secret that I keep. This is the age that I'm at right now. So I wanted to put this talk, and I called it Outliers, and I really wanted to speak about being an outlier. And I believe many of you in the room might be outliers or might feel like outliers. And that's when you find you are young, you are successful. Sometimes you're the only woman in the room, or you're the only Black person in the room, or the only Black female in the room. You know, many of you will find yourself in spaces where your classmates aren't there, the people you grew up with are not there. Even now, with the you know, whatever you're doing, you might find that some of the people that started with you aren't there. And so how do you plan your life and career? How do you deal? People are more worried about failure in life, but there's also challenges that come with success and navigating success. And will I be successful forever? Or is this just, you know, sort of my first and last shot at being successful? I know people that, you know, were first, you know, were top, the highest mark in high school, but many of them didn't become very successful or accomplished in their careers because they didn't have all the tools that they needed to become that. And so I really love these words, or this poem, which says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And the parts that follow, I think, would relate to some of you. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? And I just thought for a group of brilliants, this might be relevant, because some of you might be struggling with imposter syndrome. Some of you might be asking, what next? Will this be sustainable? Am I the right person? How do I deal with not having someone else like me in the room when you're already starting to stand out from your peers? So outliers will often be these excellent people that are celebrated by the world, by the community. You know, you in newspapers, people are talking about you, people can already see your success. How do you sustain it? And how do you build on the successes that you've already have? Outliers will often be, you know, you're the youngest person to get this achievement, you're the only person to get this achievement. I mean, if I look back at my school, I'm the only full professor, you know, across, whether I look at my high school class or my medical school class, or, you know, even my postgrad classes, you know. And so even the dynamics change sometimes with your peers who struggle to relate with you because of your achievements, whilst they also know, but we were together, we're playing together on the same playground. So what changed for you? And your temptation sometimes is to be so drawn into the moment of celebration that some people forget to keep being themselves, and you start to want to being almost like this celebrity figure that you're trying to maintain who people think you are and not necessarily who you really are. And so the first advice to you would be that you need to be real, you need to be you need to be authentic. Sometimes in all the noise and the celebration, you still need to be able to find yourself and being authentic and not trying to change or trying to be something else. And you also have to learn to quieten the noise, because the noise can also start telling you that, you're amazing, you're incredible and all of that. And you forget that, there's still some areas of your life that you need to develop and work on. And so the crisis of success in many ways is probably what I'm talking about. And some of you might need to hear that today. The second thing I wanted to say, surround yourself with people who inspire you and who energize you. Not everyone that we meet believes in us, supports us, encourages us. A lot of times you actually find people that might criticize you, or people that don't like you, or people that don't encourage you, or people that will still tell you that you're not good enough, even with all your achievements. Even today, with all that I believe I've accomplished, I still come across people that are saying that, no, but you still haven't done this. You are constantly trying to say that you still aren't good enough. And so it's good to invest in the people that you surround yourself with. Firstly, when it comes to peers, choosing friends that think like you, that act like you, that inspire you, that encourage you, that you want to be like. Sometimes you have to change your circle as you kind of rise up in this world, because you want to be surrounded with people that you are discussing ideas, you are pulling each other in the right direction, not people that are going to draw you into things that may not be good for you. The other thing that I wanted to suggest as well is this notion that success is actually addictive. One win leads to another win. And like, if you look at my career and trajectory, it was actually the addiction of success that has really pushed me, perhaps more than any other thing, because you get an award, you want your next one, you start planning what's the next thing. For us that are in science, writing, publishing, you get one publication, you start thinking, oh, if this is the positive affirmation I get, what's the next one I can get? And so you start putting yourself in a place where you're constantly working from one win to the next win. And the reason why is because when you're not getting all of these wins and successes, your life is almost on some sort of equilibrium. You're almost on a straight line. Your mood is on a straight line. But when you get a win, you actually experience some very high highs. And so suddenly, from being acknowledged, you're in a newspaper, people are talking about you, it's not the same as when you're at home and your father is just saying congratulations. There's a very high, rocket that you go up in terms of your mind mentally, and we want those highs and we try to keep maintaining them. But after a very high, you can also go into a very lower than if you were not achieving all of these successful things, because suddenly you're feeling a bit more depressed about, my life isn't interesting. I'm not getting all of the affirmation that you get when you get all of these exciting things. And so there is a danger that, the danger of not winning is, once you're used to winning, you might start looking for unnatural ways to achieve that feeling of winning. And some people then turn to substances and all of that, getting involved with things that will make them feel like they are on a certain high, but not necessarily a high that is healthy for you or a high that is good for you. It can even be a very destructive type of high. So it's good to understand and the psychology of winning. The more you win, the more you want to win. And it's important that you win legitimately. Don't become addicted to winning, or don't do things that could actually destroy you. I also want to talk about many of you are where you are because of your emotional intelligence, but there are other types of intelligences that it's good to know about, because when you're in school, when you're in university, your intellectual, your IQ will get you very far. If you get good marks, you guys are brilliant. You're the 90%ers, you're the top 2% or 1% in the class, and it's your brilliance, being gifted is what gets you there. But in the real world, once you're done with school, it's not so much your intellect that matters. It's how you work with people. It's your emotional intelligence. It's your social intelligence. It's how you deal with adversity, with conflict, with resilience. It's a lot about the relationships you have and how you maintain those relationships. You can get into a job as the best person in the room, as the most qualified, but if you're not able to maintain good relationships with your colleagues, you might not be promoted, or you might not be retained, or you might not, be able to stay in that job. So success looks very different in the workplace than it looks in an academic setting. And it's important to know that and understand that. As I said, there are some people that I know who were intellects, they're very clever, top students, but when they moved into the workplace, they were not able to thrive because they hadn't learned how to manage relationships, how to handle conflicts, how to excel in work where there is no mark allocated to the work you are doing. And then I just want to give you some practical tips and life tips. The one recommendation, so what I did when I was in varsity around the age of 20 was to write down everything that I wanted to achieve by the age of 35. And I kind of, folded it up, locked it up somewhere. And it was so fun when I opened it on my 35th birthday and read it and found that I'd actually ticked probably all the boxes. And these are very practical, simple things like that I'd written, like I want to have a PhD, I want to have a double-story house, I want to have a nice car. Feel free to dream and put those things down, because once you write your dreams down, you're actually putting them out there to the universe, and you are allowing your life to kind of go in that direction. Once you start working, people start telling you why you can't achieve any of these things. And so this is a practical thing, so that you have it somewhere in your heart. It's written on paper, it's written. You stop being afraid of achieving the things that people will tell you are impossible to achieve. And then I just want to say to you, don't be afraid of your dreams. I remember for me, someone said, this was I was 18 years old when I heard this, and this has been one of the things that I've held on for my own life, that if it doesn't scare you, then it's not big enough. And so as you dream about, in 20 years' time, what do you want to become? Does it look easy and achievable? If it is, then maybe it's not big enough. So, but if it scares you and you feel like, who am I to get there? Then maybe those are the type of dreams. Those are the dreams that often lead to people making a difference and changing the world and being written in history books one day. Find mentors. I spoke about finding good friends, but also find mentors, especially in your stage, where you'll find that, your peers may not be enough to advise you and guide you, but there are older people. I mentor many young students. I've got a group of students here at UCT that I mentor, and we are here. We are available to support you and mentor you. You only just have to ask. And then to say good marks will get you through university, but success requires much more than that. And I've mentioned that already. Strive for excellence in all that you do, and don't allow failure or success to overwhelm you. Some of you might fail for the first time in university, or even later. I failed in postgrad, and it was overwhelming, it was hard, but It wasn't the end of me, and being able to pick yourself up and realize that, yes, I failed an exam, I failed a test, I failed a course, but that's where your adversity quotient comes in, because you fold yourself and you start all over again, and then you're able to move to the next thing. But excellence is important, and excellence isn't just getting through each thing. It's a way of life. If you're a person that's excellent in all that you do, you'll find that you just keep getting great recognitions and achievements, because you carry excellence with you in all that you do. So in closing, I really just want to say that a successful career is a combination of a few factors. It's not simply how excellent you are. It's personality, how you make people feel. Some people are excellent at what they do, but they really make people feel useless. They discourage people, and we just don't want to work with people like that. But those people that draw out the best in us, that make us feel good, that make us that lighten up a room when they walk in, you'll find those people go a lot further if it's combined with excellence. Character is important. How do you respond to change? Some of you might struggle the transition from one class to another, but even in the workspace, you find someone who's been excellent but cannot adapt to new environments, and so character is important. Some of the other things are beyond your control. Serendipity, being at the right place at the right time. Some of the things I've gotten, I wouldn't have gotten if I didn't meet somebody who suggested, I think you need to apply for this. And so allow for chance and allow for the universe to create new opportunities for you. The relationships you build, investing in knowing great people, accomplished people, people who inspire you, people that you want to be like one day, and then being able to handle adversity and being resilient is often what the biggest hallmark of successful people. I always say I was a very average student in high school and in varsity, but I think what has kept me is my resilience and being able to move from one thing to the other without ever giving up. And lastly, invest in your reputation. People will believe in you if they think that you will be successful at what you do, and guard your reputation. Be nice to people, and have a reputation of being excellent in what you do, and you'll find that you go very far in your life. So thank you very much, and I'll pause on that note.
Wow, Prof Maswime, thank you very much for your life wisdom, and communicating it so very well. I think that it's given all of us a lot of food for thought, and I have a suspicion that if you interview people who are highly successful, that is what they will attest to. They will agree with you. Students, do you have any questions? Please put up your virtual hand. Let me see. I don't see any hands at the moment. Are there any questions in the chat?
Is everyone shy this morning?
Is everyone awake?
More importantly.
It certainly was an enormous amount to take in, but I'm so glad that you have put it in a nutshell. It's indeed this group of students are all in their individual ways outliers. In South Africa, we have a relatively small percentage of students who actually pass maths and science at matric level. We have too few students who actually even choose to do science and maths for matric. And then there are the very top of the top in terms of maths and science. And I've heard them talk about how it is so different when you get to university. You are initially very discouraged because you don't get your high marks as easily. It makes you question who you are, and are you actually capable of doing an excellent job if you just start getting 80s, 70s instead of 90s, or even 60s, or even in 50s. You know, some brilliant students have told me before, you know, you're just lucky, you're just happy if you pass. And you start realizing, oh, this is more the norm, and I've really got to up my game when I get to university.
Yeah. And I mean, those are my experiences, and it's very interesting because I mean, like I say, I was a C student, you know, like I'm not even gonna lie, I was a C student, sometimes a B, but because of that, sometimes we tend to do better because you build your resilience very early, you know, kind of having to keep saying, okay, yes, I wasn't top of the class, but let me keep going. But you do find that, you know, your top A student gets so crushed when they don't make it, and they find it harder to keep going, which is why I thought it's important to pitch my talk from that level, because the challenge of success is really maintaining that success without losing a sense of who you are, as life shows you the different challenges that you'll experience as you go.
Exactly. Yes. And life is about challenges. Hey, we really there is no free lunch. There is, you have to keep you have to keep trying, and you have to keep going, and you have to keep getting up after you fall, dust yourself up and off, and keep going. Yeah, and it's a hard thing to do, always. Yeah. I often think that with pop stars and sports champions as well, there is this thing of success being addictive. And it keeps them going, and it keeps them wanting more. But indeed, there are great tragedies among the high flyers, where they at some point doubt themselves, decide that they are not worthy at all, go for the substances because those give an easier high than the achievements do. So it's really important to stay the course.
And it's unpredictable. It's unpredictable when your next where your next success is going to come from, you know, because on a day-to-day, you go through this huge high, you know, everyone has acknowledged me for what I've done. You don't know when the next one is going to be. And it's in those places where you realize it's been 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, and no one has acknowledged anything I'm doing, and people get depressed, and it's not something, you know, because everyone else is operating on kind of a normal, you know, day-to-day. People don't realize how frustrating it is to not experience those, you know, those highs, and people don't understand you for looking for your next big win, you know, and so it becomes very lonely, isolated, and sometimes you don't actually have anyone who understands you. I once gave this talk on euphoria, saying that winning gives you a sense of euphoria, and that's what we're looking for. But it's not sustainable if that's all you want in your life. You have to be grounded and be like everyone else, and accept that there are phases where I won't be winning, but if I keep working well, it will come back again at some point.
Right. Salome, thank you very much indeed for this a very insightful talk. And we wish you all the best in everything that you are doing. You're a mother and a professor and a role model and a high flyer yourself. And all the best with the kind of challenges that come with all of that as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. The next speaker, I will find the bio. Yes. Our next speaker is Professor Nosipho Moloto, and she is a full professor of inorganic chemistry at University of the Witwatersrand, where she holds the SARChI chair in energy materials. And you can read about her work and her biography in the chat and on the website. And she will be talking to us about attitudes required to be successful in the fourth industrial revolution era. So welcome, Prof Moloto. We look forward to hearing you. Yes, I can see your slides.
Thank you. Can you see me? I'm not sure if
Yes, I can hear you a little bit soft, but I think it's my volume.
Okay.
There.
Can you hear me clearer now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Salome stole my thunder because she's kind of covered almost everything that I want to say. But I'll try. So, I mean, let me see if I can move my slides. Okay, there you go. So I was thinking when we were given the topic, I think the topic was just quite general. You know, we're given the carte blanche to say whatever, you know, we thought was appropriate. And then I remember the group of the scholars, of the students, that these are young students doing possibly first year. And it sort of reminded me of my own children. I have two sons, one around their age and one slightly younger. And then I was thinking maybe I take all the, what do you call it, the little lessons that I keep on giving them. I'm sure they're tired of them. They've heard them many times. Almost daily, I tell them these stories.
Good.
What they need to do to be successful, what I did to become successful.
Go for it.
So I'm hoping today I'll share this with everybody else. So I'll start with introducing where I come from. I just wanted to give a journey as to what my education sort of path was. I'll stop actually at the point where I've gotten my PhD. I won't go beyond that because frankly, we don't have the time, and given the audience, I think it would be appropriate to stop at that level. But I come from KwaMashu. Those who don't know, KwaMashu is a township about 25 kilometers north of Durban. And I was born in the early 80s. Salome said she was 40. I'm 42. She's made me brave enough to say my age. So I was born in the early 80s in KwaMashu. And KwaMashu, for those who don't know, in the 80s, especially mid to late 80s, when I was, I guess, a little bit older to understand or to have a sense what was happening, was the epicenter of, political violence. Especially it was more complicated here because it was, not only people against the government or the apartheid government, it was also a lot of factional politics between the ANC and the IFP right at the center of it. And I was born in that time. And at that time, I went to a school next to my home called Shayamoya Primary School. It looks like this. Actually, when I Googled it, probably for the first time yesterday, I was quite impressed of the things that they are doing now. It hasn't changed much how it looks, but the things that they're doing in terms of early childhood development is quite great, and I'm encouraged to go back and see how I can lend a hand. So anyway, I studied here in the mid 80s. Very unstable in terms of schooling. One day at school, then while you're at school, you're supposed to run for your life back home. So this happened from grade 1 till about grade 4. And then in grade 5, I went to in grade 5, I was still in this school, by the way. And then it was 1990. So in 1990, if you don't know history, we were then allowed to integrate. So 1990 was the time when there was a transition in South Africa before just the elections in 1994. So I went, if you look on the right, this is Wamashu, by the way, at the top with the colorful houses. So across, there is a township there, it's an Indian township called Phoenix. This is where I went to further my education. So Swanville Primary School was in Phoenix. So I get there, a 9-year-old in 1990. And then with zero knowledge of English, by the way, I could only speak Zulu at that time. And I had to go through an interview. So I was interviewed to see where appropriately should I be placed, whether in grade 4, where I'm supposed to go, in grade, what do you call those grades now? In grade 6, where I was supposed to go, or repeat grade 5. So my mother was then told that my English is just barely okay, so I could go to grade 6. However, I would struggle, so they recommended that I repeat grade 5. Needless to say, I was not very happy. I thought, this is a waste of my time. Why am I going back? It was quite an emotional time, because it sort of, to me, it looked like I'm a failure. Why am I repeating a grade? But my mother, being a teacher, she thought that no, you are in any case younger than the people in grade 6, so it doesn't do anything to go to repeat grade 5. So do that. So I repeated grade 5. I must say, now that I look back as an adult, it was actually not a bad idea because it sort of helped me to, not worry about the academics so much, but worry about comprehension and understanding of English first. Because as soon as I was able to do that, I realized that, oh, I know this, I've done this before. And in fact, this is where the winning started beginning. I started, realizing that I'm actually a good student. I'm doing well, in spite of all the challenges. Of course, if you think about it, it was 1990. Integration was not so common, so it came with its own issues. But never mind, I sort of persevered and tried to prove myself. And then it sort of built me that resilience, that character that you need. And then I went on to high school, Avonford Secondary School, which is also in Phoenix. And here I this is where I discovered who I am, I guess, in terms of personality. And in terms of just striving to do something with my life and something to actually help me to come out of commercial. In fact, Salome spoke about having dreams and writing them down. I was writing dreams right there, even in high school. The picture you see on top of commercial is actually, it looks okay, it looks great, but this is a recent picture. In growing up in the 90s, it looked nothing like this. And my biggest wish, funny enough, was that I want to leave this place. This place is, full of violence. People around me, I see people slightly older than me, or they're not working, they're just sitting around. People my age have dropped out. So it's got all the ills that you can think of South Africa. And my biggest wish in high school was that I want to get out of this place. Right, but obviously I was not rich. I couldn't just, we came from a very modest family. So I knew that education was probably the best bet. That education was the best bet to do what I want to do. So already at this age, I was formulating what I want to see my life become. So as I was doing that, I was, trying to take opportunities as they come. When we were asked, for instance, I remember there was a period where basketball was introduced into South African schools, and it was a big thing. And by the way, I'm very short, but I was like, oh, basketball, why not? I'm that kind of a person. I'm like, why not? I'm joining. I did that. Volleyball, why not? Debating, why not? So I did so many things, and the reason why I did that was that, you know what, I don't know where my break will come from. I don't know where these opportunities lie. So I should take part in many things as possible. And when I take part in these things, I try to my best ability to excel. So that was the case, and I finished the high school. I didn't finish top of my class, but I was amongst the top students there. And then I went on. So after finishing my matric, I thought I was gonna do so many things anyway. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a pilot at one time. I wanted to be a doctor at one time, until I went to a hospital and I was like, no way, Josie, I cannot do that. I wanted to be a chiropractor, which I thought was a nice close cousin to being a doctor. And I had applied at the UKZN, and they accepted me. However, being the youngest in my family, there was no money. My mother had tried to save up some money, and I think my sister went to college, spent that money. My brother was already in Mangosuthu Technicon, and so there was just literally no money to speak of for me to go to school. So it's incidentally, my sister at that time in a taxi saw an ad that said anyone who's interested in science must come to the University of Zululand, and they will get free scholarship. They will study for free. This program was just specifically for people interested in science. And so she comes home, having seen this in the taxi, she tells everybody that I have a solution. We don't need money. Nosipho can go to Zululand. Mind you, I had never left Durban at that point. I'd always been in Durban. I had no idea what's outside the walls of Durban. And then there I was going to Zululand. And I must say, Zululand is a rural university. It's right in if you see the picture on the top left, there's nothing around it pretty much. So it's a culture shock when you come from a bustling township, a bustling city like Durban, and then you go to literally nowhere. So I wasn't happy. I was miserable for a couple of months. But what I like about the University of Zululand, I quickly realized that it's an ecosystem on its own. Because you don't have a lot of influence from outside, you sort of create influence within the university. And I'm at Wits now, and I can tell you that I haven't found that, even here at Wits, that sort of strong sense of identity is not there here at Wits as compared to Zululand. And also being a university where it's an all-black institution mostly. It was I didn't realize that for the first time now, because for my primary school and for my high school, I had to, learn or navigate through diversity. I had, the majority of my classmates were Indians, and I had a lot of identity issues of myself and how to, remain myself while I fit in the environment. And then I went to Zululand, so I didn't have that problem. Suddenly, I can be completely myself, and I can completely, see what other people, like me, are interested in. That has its own advantages and its own disadvantages, because when sometimes if you put yourself within people that you think you share the same background, you can actually relax and find yourself not pushing yourself and pushing your boundary. So that brings me to say diversity, actually you should embrace it. It's not a hurdle, actually. It kind of fuels you to be better, to learn from other people. And I've taken that actually from a young age to even now. I embrace diversity. I actually want people who are different. I want to surround myself with different ideas and different people. But another thing from Zululand that I learned is that because it's not a rich institution actually, and a very small institution, so you had to be self-reliant. When I were doing honors, some things that I see now that are provided, we had to find a way of troubleshooting or even making them ourselves, just so it kind of encouraged creativity, because it's in the middle of nowhere, it's very small, it's not financially rich as other institutions. So you need to be, as a student, quite innovative in what you do with the resources that you have. So I kind of appreciated that. And then while I was here in Zululand again, there was a program that was instituted by the University of Manchester, and that was nanotechnology. And this was one of the first places in South Africa where actually nanotechnology started. And yet, the group was so small that I think now the footprint is, if you think about it, is not so big. There are many people who are doing nanotechnology all over the country, but the genesis of it was in Zululand. And so while I was doing my undergrad, I could see people then that, there are people who are doing research now, there are people who are doing honors, there are people who are doing masters. So because it was such a small university, or department for that matter in chemistry, I then got an opportunity to actually do like a backwork research project. And then from there, I was then exposed to nanotechnology for my undergraduate degree. And then I went on when I was doing honors at Zululand to take nanotechnology as one of my projects. And then I was able to attend conferences at honors level, which is unheard of. Nobody takes an honors student to a conference. But because we were such a small department, that opportunity, arose. And also because I had taken upon myself to find out what is this nanotechnology, how can I be part of it? It sounds interesting. It sounds like some futuristic stuff. When you hear nanotechnology for the first time, it does sound futuristic. And actually, it was at the beginning as well. No one in chemistry or physics or anything at that point had ever heard of nanotechnology. So it was nice to know that I could be, part of something that is starting, a pioneer of something. Yeah, so in fact, then I started doing that masters. I remained at Zululand mainly because of that program, and I was able to go to Manchester and spend half of my degree in the University of Manchester. And learn new things. So, yeah, I was just trying to show that, if you put yourself out there and you present yourself to opportunities, then they do come. You need to be ready to take them. So after spending so many years at Zululand, I decided that I really wanted to venture out to another province, another university. But then I saw an opportunity at the SARChI where the government had started a program or two new centers, centers of excellence in nanotechnology, and they needed people. They were recruiting, like students, anyone who wants to pursue nanotechnology. There are these prestigious scholarships that were more than double the norm, for those who wanted to. So I applied, and having had a good record, by the way, in my academic, undergraduate scores, honors. In my master's, I got in my master's by distinction. I published 4 papers in my master's, which is not very easy, especially back in the day. So it sort of put me ahead to actually be able to get the scholarship to come to the SARChI. So I was then one of the first cohort of students to be in the Center for Nanostructured Materials, which is at the SARChI, the first center of nanotechnology in South Africa. State of the art. I think even today, it's even better than when I started. It's something that if anybody's interested, they can try and go and see. So there you go. I mean, I was now in this environment. SARChI is not an academic institution. It's more like a job. Now I'm thrust in a place where I need to develop new sort of skills, to make me survive this environment. From being able to manage my time well, because unlike a university where you can decide when to work and how, at the SARChI there are rules. You work from 7:30 to 4:30. Beyond that, you're not allowed to work alone in the lab, so it's got some constraints. So you need to be as efficient as possible with your time. So while I was at the SARChI, I registered at the University of the Witwatersrand to do my PhD. Because SARChI doesn't grant PhDs, so I had to be in an institution. So I was registered at Wits. Even though at Wits, I was not there full time. I was at full time in SARChI. But I took it upon myself to say, I need to come as often as I can to Wits, to meet up with the people who are in the same program as I am, or in the same group as I am, because these are potentially my future collaborators. So I need to build relationships as much as possible, to network as much as possible. And also the university, unlike SARChI, does offer something slightly different. You get more diversity, you get more different people. You can attend other things. I was attending some drama shows in the School of Arts, just to broaden my horizon, open up my mind to different things. Attending inaugural talks of professors that I didn't even know anything about them, but because it was free to attend, I was like, oh, why not? Let me go and hear what this is all about. And in fact, this is where my love for, or my dream of becoming an academic sort of started. Initially, I thought I wanted to work at the SARChI or work for SASO, but then when coming to being in seeing other professors, and remember that prior to this, I had come from a very small university. And now I'm here at Wits. There's quite different things that have been done. It's actually a world-class institution. I was really, really in awe. So then I finished my PhD at Wits. So immediately after finishing my PhD, I went to do a postdoctoral fellowship at MIT, at one of the top researchers in nanotechnology. In fact, I must say I've been lucky that the people I've worked with at Zululand, at Manchester, at SARChI, at Wits, and at MIT are one of the top tier scientists. They are well known all over the world for what they do. And what it does when Number one, there are many people who want to work with these people, but you need to put yourself out there in everything you do, so that it sort of attracts those type of people. So if you are striving for success, you tend to attract people who are also, successful. So that was one of the things. So at MIT, yet again, I was faced with, being almost like sticking out as a sore thumb, mainly because MIT is quite a different environment. Unlike its neighbor, Harvard, it's quite an intense environment to be in, mainly because it's a university of science and technology, and it's full of scientists, it's full of, who are quite focused and quite competitive in terms of, science, engineering, and technology. And I instead of feeling inadequate, I sort of drew on my experiences right back from primary school, when I was, tossed into a new environment, being not even 10 years old. I drew on that to say, listen, I've been in some situations where I thought they were difficult, and I've actually triumphed in those situations. I've done well. So nothing is going to stop me from actually doing well at MIT. Yes, I'm surrounded by brilliant minds, but I can be one of those brilliant minds. In fact, I know I'm one of them. So I challenge myself, done well. I mean, the people that my host, I continue to collaborate with him even as we speak. So,
Prof Moloto?
yes.
Sorry, you've got 2 minutes.
All right. So I wanted to say that in this story, there are a few things that are important. Is that resilience, you need to have adaptability, you need to have self-belief, vision, tenacity, humility, and so forth. So now, I'm almost finishing. So with you guys, you are in a different setup than I was. But the world is forever changing. And the world has, sort of challenges as you keep on going. And where you are at, as we can see it, it's called in the Industry 4.0 or the Industrial Revolution 4.0 or 4IR. And I'm not going to mention what that is. In fact, this slide, I put it in because, I'm a scientist. So it was just for my own sake, what does a 4IR mean, and what are sort of things that you need to know, or the things that are going to be coming by, like cloud computing, Internet of Things, and so forth. So you as upcoming students, this is actually the environment that you are exposed to. And you need to actually develop attributes that will make you successful in these environments. I was telling my story just to show that in the environment that I was under, I needed to develop these attributes. And I didn't develop these attributes now that I'm a professor. No. It started from a young age. You build on them. And now that you're in university, I'm pretty sure you've had experiences in high school, in your primary school. You need to draw on them. And you also need to build more attributes as you're in university. So you put yourself out there so that you gain these skills. And what is that? Adaptability. You need to be adaptable. Like, especially now with this 4IR era, things are changing so fast that if you're not agile or adaptable, then you'll be left out. You need to have digital literacy. So you need to put it upon yourself, even if it's outside of the course that you're doing, to actually learn digital literacy and data literacy, because now we're in a data-driven world. You need to be able to understand data, analyze data, and make decisions in terms of data. And then critical thinking, practice that. So it doesn't come naturally. It's something that you need to keep on working on. And then creativity, collaboration with others. You need to find people. The time for working alone is not now. More than ever, you need to be able to work with people. Communication skills. As things become more complex, now we're talking robotics, we're talking digital language. You need to be able to communicate effectively to convey those ideas. And then emotional intelligence, yes, we need emotional intelligence to actually be successful in everything you do. Resilience, continuous learning, definitely. I mean, even now I'm continuing to learn. I take a sabbatical, go somewhere else to learn a new skill. I'm even registered right now for a master's course. So you need to always put yourself in a position to learn new things and to learn from others, actually. And then, of course, finally, you need an entrepreneurial mindset. The job market is changing. So these are the skills you need to learn while you are a student. You don't wait till you have a degree to then suddenly think, how can I be an entrepreneur? Put yourself out there to actually train your mind to be entrepreneurial, or even take part in activities that encourages such. These are the skills that you need for this changing world. So thank you so much. I hope I didn't go too much over the time.
No, not much at all. Thank you very much, Prof Moloto. That was very sage advice. And I am very glad that you shared your personal experience to such an extent. It is probably hard for young people to imagine what it was like in the 80s, which we lived through. And however, there are some similarities in the sense that we are in a very volatile political environment, and violence continues. We are living in a very violent society, and full of crime. So, and the diversity challenges, may I say, are still there, even though we've come so far. But younger people will say, no, we haven't solved those problems at all, you know. So we, this advice was very good indeed, and your experience has shed light, I'm sure, on situations that the students find themselves in as well. Thank you very much, Prof Moloto.
Thank you so much.
And all the best.
No one is asking.
They might have questions, but we do have to move on to the next speaker. If you are online later, maybe you could take some questions then. I hope so. Okay. Let's see, we have to move along quite smoothly. Our next speaker is Mr. We've got a Mr. coming up, Mr. Tshepo Mangoele. He is the CEO or Chief Executive Officer and founder of LignOrganic, which is a company. And he won, or his business won, the NGO Award in the recent NSTF-South32 Awards. And Mr. Mangoele will be speaking about starting a business with a scientific idea. So do read his bio in the chat, and welcome, Mr. Mangoele. We are looking forward to your talk. It says Tshepo Mangoele has.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
There it is. I can see your slides. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Go for it.
Thank you very much for having me. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity to have a chat with the brilliant minds. I hope I'm audible enough. So my name is Tshepo Mangoele. I'm the founder and CEO of LignOrganic. And I'll be talking a little bit about starting a business with a scientific idea. But just before I do that, I wanted to share a little bit about my personal journey so that it sort of gives an idea of where I am and how I got here. I actually went to a Liar School. I went to Liar School, David Brank. to start my grade 1 to 7. I didn't do any kindergarten. I went straight to primary school. And I think there I spent most of my time studying. I played a lot of rugby and cricket. But those were very essential formative years because I learned a lot about existing in a space wherein you are sort of from a young age, but also learn from. And I think my transition to secondary school, I went to a secondary school called Bikahong. I think moving from a life school to a secondary school like this, big of a challenge. I used to do English in my primary school. I'm thrust in an environment where it was quite an interest here, learning about people from different backgrounds, but also a school that is considered notorious for all different things other than academic excellence was quite interesting for me. And I think that journey really taught me a lot about resilience, because through that I was able to become, for most years, the Duck Scholar, and even in my final year, grade 12, I was a Duck Scholar. But I learned a lot about leadership in the school because I was in the what private schools call a prefect. I was a prefect, but we called it intensive cultural learners grade 12. So I learned leadership. I learned what it is. There you had to sort of sell.
Mr. Mangoele, you are breaking up or freezing?
Because I'm not in June, so I went. Is it? Let me try to see. The connection is steady. Is it good now?
It's better now. I think just if it happens again, maybe you can rejoin, but let's see how it goes. Okay, I think Mr. Mangoele has left the Zoom and is reconnecting. Right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. So yes, as I was saying, sorry about that. So I went to Anglo-American to do something called exposure year. During this year, because I wanted to be a chemical engineer, what they did was sort of train us and put us in the real life environment wherein you'd be a chemical engineer. This was as a result of getting a bursary from Anglo-American. I'm from Northwest in Rustenburg, and Anglo is all over that area there. So they were then, I was fortunate enough to get a bursary from them. And then I did exposure year. I worked at about 4 different refineries where I was learning how to be a chemical engineer. And I think during that period, I think that's what sparked the urge to want to do something different, because I didn't see myself working at a plant as a chemical engineer, because it felt like I was just maintaining something that already exists. And I deemed myself more of a creative, so it wasn't an environment for me. I think learning from there really sparked the idea of being an entrepreneur. And I think that's what started this journey for me. And then from Anglo-American, I went to Wits University. I did my BSc in chemical engineering. But while doing that, I was immersed in art. I was doing a lot of poetry and writing, creative writing while there. I played sports, and I started as well studying my 3rd year. And what led to the starting of the business, I think, is also having gone to work and feed to escape that world even more. So when I decided I had to start something of my own, but what then happened on that year is I failed 3 courses, so 3 modules, if you will, which was a quite interesting journey because I had never failed in my entire life before then. So it was a meant for me, but what I wanted in business was a bit strong, and I had great stuck it up. I know that because I just don't like starting things early on. My first business was an NPO. I was trying to be a socialist and help people. And I slowly discovered that it's not easy doing that work. It requires a bit more begging for grants than it is doing the actual work. So I decided, let me start a construction company. Here, the focus was always trying to make innovative products for the construction space to make it safer. That didn't work because the products were too futuristic, as people said, because we wanted to create for example, a vest that if you're working at high altitude, if you fall, it reduced the G-force and therefore you wouldn't pass away. And we went straight to trying to prototype. We couldn't get funding for that. And I realized then that wouldn't work. So I had to shelve that company. And I started the company I'm working on now called LignOrganic. And I'll share a little bit about it now. And Orphil. But in all of this, what I just want to also stress is that one shouldn't be unidimensional, because I've always maintained that I need to do other things outside the work I'm working on. So I do a lot of art. I do abstract art painting. I'm always things that have to do with the physical, be it obstacle course racing, a bit of marathons here and there. I started playing the guitar to help you become a holistic person, because oftentimes what happens is people in the scientific industry or engineering industry, they become so unidimensional, they know nothing. I just never liked that, different things. Dream is very a lot on sustainable, but ability from I see that being able to fossil fuel that can be made from plants. And then our vision as a company is to be able to transition the world for material. Currently, the concept we're working on is called total biomass valorization. It literally means that we're taking every part of the plant material and using that for a product. At the moment, close.
Oh dear. Okay. Tshepo Mangoele is having difficulty with his connection. I wonder, I will ask him to send his presentation. Or Mangoele, do you have his presentation?
My network.
There you are back again. Could you do you want to send your presentation to Mangoele, and then she can share it on your behalf?
You mean to Itu, Yancy?
Oh, of course. Yes, it's not Mangoele's job. It's Itu's job. Yeah. Oh. Itu, where are you?
I'm here, Yancy.
Okay. Do you have Mr. Mangoele's presentation?
No.
I could quickly share this while I speak through it, just also to preserve time, and then she will share it once she's received it. Would that be fine?
Yes, that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So can you still see my presentation?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, let me quickly share it and send it to her. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, we are focused a lot on changing and transitioning the world from using fossil fuels to using renewable material. And we are close to achieving this total biomass valorization. And we are actually the first company in South Africa Africa to produce sulfur-free lignin, but also to be able to work on this total biomass valorization idea. So that's what we do as a company. But where it all started is with something called lignin. So the journey started with lignin, and is that you actually can't use Wits resources to do your personal research. So I couldn't use that resources, which means then that if I were to use that resources, then some of the IP from the work developed would belong to Wits. So I learned about that, and I decided to start this work in my kitchen. And I developed, so I started firstly by asking for chemicals from one of my lecturers. He was generous enough to give me some chemicals. I went around sourcing biomass, and I started doing these things with literally a pot. And at some point, I went to the Wits chemistry school. They have a stores department, and I bought a secondhand heating plate just to be able to do some work. And as you can see there, that picture literally shows me working in my kitchen. And through a few experiments, I was able to meet a person from the DSI, Department of Science and Innovation. And I showed them some of the work that I was working on, and they were generous enough to show us where we can apply for funding. So through that, I was then able to apply for funding at the DSI. And in 2019, I started working at a lab at Wits, but now I had paid for the lab, and I was able to work freely and do experiments at the lab at Wits, but also took some of the winnings from, and it all really was just to be able to do a lot of work, especially from a research standpoint, without having IP issues, which is intellectual property. And I was able to then do that. In 2021, so I did the R&D at Wits for about 2 years. 2021, I then went back to Wits and said, I want to build a demonstration, well, a pilot plant. And I used some of their space at Wits, paid again to do that, IP issues. And I was able to then set up a little pilot plant, and here we were producing lignin at a fairly larger quantities. And I was able to bring on a team to start working with me on this. And now this year, we're working on building a demonstration plant. We've moved out of Wits. We built a demonstration plant in Randburg, and making sure that we build a full-scale biorefinery by 2026. So yeah, that's my journey in terms of the entrepreneurship world. But the process is fairly straightforward, but it's very difficult, to be honest. But honestly, starting with a problem is always the key, because oftentimes scientists, they begin with a solution. They say, here, I've created something. There was a professor, apparently he had created a way to harden the yolk of an egg without hardening the egg white, which to him seemed like a great idea, but no one was willing to buy something like that. So I believe that starting with a problem that people are facing is rather very vital, because then you know that should you create a solution, there'll be people that will be using it. So even if it's a scientific journey to business, you always have to start with a problem. And then the possible solutions from that will start emerging. And through the background that you have, I'm guessing most of you guys who are in this program are in some way or another linked to the scientific world or engineering, using that background from school. I think you are in one of the most amazing positions, because you can use your background to be able to come up with these solutions, which is amazing, because most people don't have that. Most people are either just business-minded and they need scientific people to come on board. Having that scientific mind allows you to be able to start with the solution because you understand the science, then bring on people to help you build the company. So I think starting with the problem is key. Then the possible solutions will emanate from that and emerge. But there's a lot of validation that needs to be done also when it comes to doing something in business, but also trying to use scientific solutions to solve some of these problems. You need to do a lot of validation of firstly the science, because if you come and say you've managed to find a way of making water from a tree, you need to have shown at least that a concept of how you would be able to do that. And therefore, it requires on a scientific standpoint. I mean, if someone says they're selling fat cakes, it's easy for them to sell those because, it's fat cakes. But if it's something more scientific, you have to do a lot of validation. Oftentimes, people that do this do it through either their undergrad or postgrad, and then start with something called spin-off companies, where they then do a spin-off based on the research that they had done, which then serves as a validation. But if you then are not using the work from your postgrad or undergrad as a basis of your work in the business world, then you need to then undergo a whole scientific validation to show that what you say you want to do can be done, and how it will be done. But also, what oftentimes people from a scientific and engineering background forget is that there's a whole market that needs to be served. In business, it's all about the market, to be honest with you. The science is great, but if the market is not willing to buy what you're making, it honestly is something that will be put on shelves and forgotten. So you also have to do a lot of research to validate the market and that it exists. So for example, with our lignin, when we started, we did a lot of work with trying to find people that are using lignin already. So looking at people like SARChI, as one of the biggest suppliers of lignosulfonate in South Africa, then speaking to them and understanding where the market is and where the market gaps are, and then using that information to go to people that could buy the lignin and speaking to them and understanding if we were to supply them with the product, how does it have to behave, what properties does it have to exhibit. So this is one of the most important steps outside the technology that one needs to undergo. But then the other crucial step is doing a techno-economic analysis to see if you were to build out this thing that you want to make, will it make sense from a technological standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint? Because to be honest, if you are in business and you're not trying to make money, there's really no point in being in business. Although it's not all about money. I'm doing it for reasons beyond money, but the business to be sustainable requires profitability. And I think that's one of the most overlooked things, because we enjoy, I mean, as scientists, we enjoy making new toys and making new things. It's amazing. I love it. But oftentimes it doesn't make economical sense, because you'd find that the product you made costs about 1,000 Rand and people are willing to pay 50 Rands for something like that. So this is one of the also crucial steps that one needs to do. And learning how to not work alone and building a team in business is one of the most overlooked things as well, because you can't do all of these things alone. I mean, I try to self-study managerial and financial accounting. Sorry? Okay. So I tried to study managerial and financial accounting, self-studied HR, but it's a lot of work. So getting people on board with the certain skills that you need is very vital. And also building business systems. But all of these come after you've been able to develop a feasible case in terms of the business that you want to do. In the scientific is intellectual property. It's very vital to create novel products and material so that you can use and leverage intellectual property, because it's a huge asset in the company. At the moment, we've, as a company, managed to file 1 patent, are working on filing 3 more by the end of the year. We filed 2 trademarks, which are also very vital. And these serve as a huge currency, because with the intellectual property alone, you can be able to set up your plant, in our case, anywhere in the world and still retain the process of making the thing in those regions, if you have protection in those regions, which is great for us. And the last thing is marketing and sales. I think in every business, this is the core. And if you are not doing any of the marketing and selling, I mean, the business will eventually die, because what you're just doing is making great things, but not selling them. And this is where we are at the moment as a company. We're focusing a lot on marketing and sales of our products. And it's crucial in every business to consider that. I just wanted to also speak about something called the value of death. In South Africa, we have a lot of this happening. In engineering and science, we do a lot of research and development, and that requires a lot of money. There's not a lot of options in terms of funding for it. And you find most companies, they end up sort of lapsing or dying at these early stages because you run out of money, because you're still trying to develop the product, you're trying to launch the product, and you don't have enough capital input to be able to continue running. Because to get to commercialization, you must have done so many other things, including the validation from the market and scientific standpoint. So by the time you get to these past this value of death, I mean, most of the companies are gone. So this is in the startup world called the valley of death, where most formative years, you're spending so much money there to exist outside the value of that. You need to start making sales, but you can't do that if you don't have enough money to sustain this. And that's why the next topic is so important, because should you want to pursue this, I mean, it's important to know where you can get some of the money and how. The most simplest thing, honestly, it's in the context of if you don't have friends and family and fools that are willing to invest in you. So that's what Triple F stands for. It's friends, fools, and family. If you don't have them who are willing to put in your idea, there's other options. So you could do incubators. So I was part of the Innovation Hub. This is based in Pretoria, and they help you, depending on what you're working on, go from concept stage to hopefully commercialization. So I was part of the biopark at the Innovation Hub, and this, coming from a scientific standpoint and engineering background, all you know is how the technology should work and will work, but the business development side is lacking. So I was part of the Innovation Hub, but there's a lot more incubators that help depending on what you're working on. So if you're working in the biotech space, you would look at One Bio or UVU Bio in the Western Cape. But I think this is a great step into entrepreneurship. Find an incubator and find accelerators that will help start the business and take you from your concept and the different stages of building the business. I think then once you've then developed the company and you feel like it's ready to be going into the market, then you start looking into things like venture capital. And what these guys do is they put money into your company and you give them equity. Equity essentially is just a share of your company that they take and they own, and then they give you money in return, and that helps you then grow your business. I've been fortunate enough because I haven't. Yes, can you hear me?
Sorry to interrupt you. You've only got 2 minutes left. I'm sorry about that. The connection problems have kind of interfered, but I hope that you will make your presentation available so that the students can read through it on their own. And please, can you just finish off?
Not a problem. So yes, so I've been fortunate enough. I've been getting government grants to grow the company. The Department of Science and Innovation, they have amazing tools there that you can use to get some grant funding. But TIA, which is Technology Innovation Agency, IDC, they can help as well. Some useful tips if you want to go into business: look into business model canvases, technology readiness and investment readiness levels. ChatGPT is an amazing tool if you're using it correctly, because with this, you are able to get a quick summary of what things should be before you delve deep into the topics. We use it a lot as a company, even for marketing. It's a tremendous tool. If you want to further learn about business, I think a cheap alternative is Udemy. They have great courses there. The universities that you are at also, they have these enterprise centers. Go there and ask a little bit about how, if you wanted to start a company, how they can help. Canva is great for building marketing material. YouTube is also an amazing tool for learning new concepts. Opportunity Desk, if you want new opportunities in entrepreneurship or even scholarships, it's a great tool. And just in closing, I think for me, what I would just say is just find the reason for your existence. I mean, I'm passionate about creating. So I'm a creator at heart, and this is why for me, just developing new products is the reason why I existed. Just putting them on the market is just a cherry on top. So that's why the concept of Ikigai is so important to me. I think the last thing is, the other thing is have a curiosity of the child. I mean, even Einstein tempered a lot with the idea of a curiosity. If you stop learning, I mean, you really stop existing and growing as a human being from a growth standpoint. It's very vital. The last thing is don't fall into the fallacy of thinking that because Elon Musk and Bill Gates, they dropped out of school, you're going to drop out and become a millionaire. That's all a fallacy. Please don't do that. Don't quit school unless you have the financial means to do so. Just stay in school, finish, because that degree or whatever it is that you're pursuing, it will be instrumental in what you do in business. People take you relatively more serious if you know what you're talking about and have qualifications to back you up. And yeah, so for more information on our company, we have a website, and these two websites, do check them out. I'll also share the presentation so that you guys can go through it to get some of the stuff that I talked about. But thank you very much.
Tshepo, thank you very much indeed. This is giving a very important perspective on another aspect of the scientific world, which is innovation. And we all need to know about it, all about the students, all the students need to know about this and the intricacies of that world. And I would urge them to be in touch with you and to ask you more about advice in this regard, because they have to start thinking about it. You know, get your idea in your first year and gradually work towards it. And as previous speakers said, you know, dream about your goals. Thank you very much for sharing all your insights and your experience with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All the best. Our next speaker almost needs no introduction, although you are able to interact with him directly here. He is Professor Jonathan Jansen, a distinguished professor in education at Stellenbosch University, president of the Academy of Science of South Africa, and the NSTF-South32 Lifetime Award winner this year. He also has written numerous books, and as I was explaining at the beginning of this event, you will be receiving a copy of one of his books. If you are attending this session, or if you can prove that you have listened to the recording online. Without further ado, I'm just going to hand over to Prof Jansen. Prof, welcome, and we're really looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you so much, Yancy. Can I just confirm that you can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, it's a great privilege for me to speak to, I don't know what they call you, the Brilliants.
The Brilliant.
So clearly you must be brilliant. I'm going to suggest you're not. And the reason I say that is I had the first class reunion from my high school last week. Yeah, I was so excited about it. I so looked forward to it. And I went there, and we had this sort of, you know, late breakfast. And around the table sat all of these, you know, friends who were schoolmates who were with me in the class of 1974. And I looked around that table and discovered that these then young people like you, who were all much smarter than me, I can assure you, people I looked up to then and now, that actually they didn't do much with their 6 distinctions or 7 distinctions. That, you know, they all but one are retired. They look tired. They don't, you know, 1 or 2 went to university, the rest didn't. But at the time, they were brilliant. They were outstanding. I'm going to suggest to you that you shouldn't take too seriously. Obviously, we're proud of you. Obviously, I celebrated with you on that night. But if you think that a matric certificate defines brilliance, you are sorely mistaken, and I'm going to show you why in a second. So this is not meant to discourage you, obviously. It's just meant to give you a wake-up call, so that when 30, 40, 50 years from now you have your reunion, you would have shown that Jance's judgment and a team in calling you brilliant really was merited. Now, I am going to speak not for too long, hopefully, but and then give some time for you to ask me any questions or pose any challenge as you wish. And what I want to do is, since I was first asked to speak to you, I thought, let me write a column. I write a column every Thursday for the Times. And so I thought I'm going to test my column before I present it to you. So this is really was intended for you. And the feedback was quite harsh. There was a lot of support for the feedback, but I normally don't write for people to love me. I write so that I can stir the pot a little bit and get people to think. So obviously half my friends thought I was a close relative of the devil for writing this, and the other half thought it might be interesting. And what I drew attention to in this article was the difference between education and training. Now, South Africa has a really, really ridiculous undergraduate system. In this undergraduate system, you go and study, let's say you want to become a biochemist. So in the first year of your BSc, you would only study those subjects related to biochemistry. In other words, you'd learn about biology, you'd learn about inorganic and organic chemistry, you'd learn about physics, etc. But you learn nothing else. All you would know after 3 years in the BSc is biochemistry. The same is true for the engineer, civil engineer. The same is true for the MBCHB student, the medical student. The same is true for the teacher education student, my field, etc. This is a huge mistake, because what we do, and let me say we do fairly well, is to train you, but we don't educate you. We train you to be a pharmacist. We train you to be a physician. We train you to be an accountant, but we actually don't educate you, because that word, etymologically, in terms of the origins of the word, has a much broader meaning than simply putting people through training. Now, this is not a case against training. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I really would like the person, the optometrist testing my eyes, to be able to detect signs of glaucoma before he or she, sends me off to an ophthalmologist for more serious diagnosis. It's not against training. It is, if that's the only thing we do, we should not be surprised that our society produces graduates who are racist, who are sexist, who are xenophobes, who are narrow-minded, who are intolerant, etc. In other words, while a training gives you skills, and education gives you values, it gives you a broader sense of who you are in the world and who you can be outside of the lecture halls. So let me make 6 or 7 quick distinctions for the sake of this argument between education and training. If you are trained, you have a narrow training in one discipline, as I just suggested, or field, but you don't have a broad education across several disciplines. Now, that's not your fault. That's the stupid way in which we design our undergraduate curriculum in South Africa, etc. And as a result, when a problem comes, now remember, problems don't come to us in the form of disciplines. Problems come to us in very complex ways, but they're not packaged as anatomy, or packaged as, virology, or packaged as econometrics. Problems come to us in there. And let me give you a very good example of how we got caught out by our model of training. When COVID happened, I was horrified that the coronavirus council, or command council, whatever it was called, was dominated by medical scientists. And because they're medical scientists, all they can think about in relation to the problem of SARS-CoV-2 was the medical problem. And so they came up with ridiculous policies such as social distancing. Now, the policy of social distancing in and of itself is, of course, a solid recommendation for bending the curve, as they put it, flattening the curve, as they put it. But think about this. How the hell do you do social distancing in a shack? And that was exactly the question I posed for a special issue of the South African Journal of Science, which I edit, edited, in which I combined in the series of contributors, of course, people from the medical sciences, but also sociologists of medicine, also anthropologists, also linguists, also economists, because you couldn't resolve this problem simply by looking at it from the perspective of the medical sciences, because those medical scientists are trained in a narrow way, just like all of us. And so they went to the shacks, told people who were living, 15, 16 human beings in this shack with one bedroom. And when one of them stepped out, the police literally beat this guy to death. And somebody got shot. Because the soldiers who are acting on, the policy implications of this narrow-minded training are simply doing their job. Get inside or we'll kill you. And they did. Now, this consequence of training that is so narrow can be deadly, as in the example that I just showed. Now, again, it's not a case against social distancing. It's saying in the discussion about how to do social distancing, can we not work with middle-class assumptions alone about a house with 5 rooms and ample space and adequate ventilation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? That clearly is ridiculous, right? So I then called the Command Council's chairman, Professor Slim Karim, and I said, Slim, for heaven's sake, get onto that council. People from other disciplines, like sociologists, like anthropologists, to deal with issues of death and dying, where you tell people, for example, only so many people get attended funeral. Are you crazy? To do that in a context where, of course, we mourn differently. So that's one difference between education and training. Another difference, and I really wish you would take this up seriously before I'm going to call you brilliant. A student reads primarily the lecture notes or slides from a class in order to pass a course. That's called training. It's also called bad learning, but it's another story. An educated student would read books on and around the topic that was addressed in the class. A trained person will only have the South African experience of the subject. An educated person will be able to think comparatively. Let's give you a quick example here. So if you think that the populism that arose around former President Jacob Zuma is a South African phenomenon, you're not listening, you're not paying attention to what is happening in France, you're not paying attention to what is happening in Bulgaria, you're not paying attention to what is happening in Trump's America. In other words, you are able to think of South Africa not as exceptional, but to think of South Africa in comparative relief. That is what an educated person does. A trained person will do the minimum to pass in the exam. An educated person will stretch her or himself intellectually to do much more than what is required. A trained person will limit their experiences to South Africa. An educated person will make plans to travel and experience a broader world. I'll just give you one example from one of the 7 research projects I'm working on at the moment. One of the research projects is on the brilliant scientists, young scientists under the age of 35, who get what is called a P award from the National Research Foundation. This is a prestigious award, the P. Did you know that in fact, every single one of the 36 Ps I interviewed all did either their PhD and or their postdoc at an overseas university, mainly in North America and Europe? What does that tell you? They were not going to become great in their respective fields if the only thing they knew was South African science. A trained person will use the university vacation to catch up with lectures. An educated person will use that university vacation to immerse themselves in a broader experience. So, for example, I know of a student who sort of said, I sort of love my history lectures at UCT, but what I would like to do in this vacation is actually volunteer at the Slave Lodge so that I have a deeper understanding through an internship of what it really meant. to be a slave in the 17th century. Now you see, that for me is somebody who is educated, who refuses to be contained and constrained by what is in the curriculum in a South African university. A trained student will faithfully attend the required university lectures. An educated student would constantly look out for interesting lunchtime seminars happening elsewhere on campus or in the community. I've returned to Cape Town after studying and working both in the US and now, and then in other provinces. And I can tell you, it was true when I lived in Johannesburg, it's certainly true in Cape Town, that on any given weekend, there are 20 things going on, from book festivals to the Baxter, all kinds of interesting musical performances, drama, plays, etc. And lectures by interesting people, like one that's coming up this week. I hope I can go to it, on what is the relationship between rheumatic heart disease and climate change and something else. You see, that's what educated people do. They're not just happy to know one thing, which in my case is curriculum theory. They want to know more about how the world is connected by not just going to classes, etc. And finally, a trained person is rigid, with an inflexible attitude to what is known. An educated person also makes intellectual commitments. It's important to believe something, but they're also known for changing their minds when new evidence comes to light. So let me just give you an example that I've written about quite a bit in books in the past 2 years and articles. When I suddenly heard the word in South Africa for the first time, decolonization, I really panicked. Not because I don't believe in decolonization, but because I could see everybody was using the word as if it had no history. Nobody asked the question, why was this word never used in South Africa in the liberation struggle, whether it was the ANC, the PSC, the South African Communist Party, the new unit? Nobody ever used that word except the Communist Party for a couple of years when they spoke about South Africa as colonialism of a special type. But no, that didn't gain traction. Nobody spoke about it. And so, because we're so incredibly susceptible to group thought, you know? When you look at South Africa, it's always in a huge stadium and everybody's saying the same thing. I am congenitally unable to follow a crowd, and I'm very grateful about that, because crowds can drive you crazy. But nobody had the intellectual instincts to say, why now? Why is this word suddenly making way? Because, you know, the word will come and go. And true enough, in the book, the research we did for a book on the decolonization of knowledge, we found that at places like UJ, the one moment people had to do performance assessments of the staff based on how much have you decolonized your curriculum, which is such a stupid idea. And the moment the students stopped protesting, the next thing wasn't decol, the next thing was 4IR. This is what happens when you're not a thinking nation. This is what happens when you're trained and not educated. And so here's the deal. As I said in the Times, and I have to say, the NSTF has an amazing group of people in the background who posted this Times article and a lot of other things in the chat. That saves me a lot of time. Thank you so much for that. But this is what I said in the middle of that Times column. You can go, that's you guys, through all those years of training for your degree, never having learned about the future of money and how new digital currencies will transform not only the economy, but your personal life as well. You can sit through a training degree in history or architecture and not once grapple with the origins of deadly viruses or the effects of climate change on urban dwellings. You can walk up the graduation stage with a beautifully bound certificate in nursing or engineering and miss an entire education on the transformative impacts of artificial intelligence on the modern workplace. In other words, you would have been narrowly trained rather than broadly educated. Talk to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof Jansen. Questions, comments? Do you agree with the Prof? Do you disagree? Do you think you're being trained or are you being educated? Let's start there. What do you think? Are you currently being trained or are you currently being educated? And what have you done yourself to educate yourself?
There's something in my field of training called wait time. How long a teacher waits between asking a question and giving an answer. And I want you to know I am so comfortable. Take your time. In fact, some of you might have gone shopping. I don't know who's behind Nicole Forrest or Boykanyo Khoza. I don't care either. But take your time. South Africans take very long to raise their hands, and then after that, everybody's in. We can also talk rugby. I thought Fiji got a really rough deal in that match against Wales last night. That ref was clearly biased. So who am I? Great to see Rona here. Rona, I haven't seen you for years. Good to see you still fighting the good fight.
Yes, no, Vilna is very active. And she was hosting the awards gala dinner in Cape Town.
Ah, okay. Yancy, do you have Yancy, do you have any question about this provocation?
Yes, I do. I think we've been getting other advice from other speakers. I mean, one was that you should plan to acquire your specialization early on, and that you've got an expertise that you will be respected for, and then build on that. And then you gradually acquire the kind of status that opens up opportunities for you where you can apply for various opportunities for funding and for research. And then you've got the power, then you're empowered to be able to have some influence on the world.
I actually agree with that. You can't do interdisciplinary thinking or multidisciplinary thinking unless you're first really skilled in one discipline. That is true. I suppose what I was pushing is, even as you do that, keep your mind open to and look for opportunities that add to, enrich, extend whatever you're learning in that specific discipline. So I can see some, connection there between what I think is a good piece of advice, which is become good in one thing. My argument is not to the exclusion of also thinking about that one thing in relation to, for example, social distancing example. So if you only know health, you're going to be in trouble. But if you also understand the sociology of health, in fact, that I know many of your students are doing medical degrees. One of the things I would strongly recommend you do after you get your first, the MBCHP, is to go to one of these courses on public health. In other words, that so even if you are working in surgery as a specialization, that in fact, that's a very good example. I went to the inaugural address, which is an address that you are required to give in a university when you become a full professor at that university. And this was by Elmi Miller, who's Dean of Medicine and Health Science at Stellenbosch University. And you know what was amazing? Normally those lectures are rightfully boring, but hers was brilliant. And you know why hers was brilliant? She showed the connection between music and surgery. Between, her husband, of course, is a professor of music, Stefan's. and so on. So she started off not by getting into the surgical room immediately, but by playing a piece of classical music. And she tried to sort of show, how do the hands know what to do? Now, these are humanities questions, right? Because it's obviously, if you're a surgeon and you do a kidney transplant every week, you would have learned through habit. This is how you make the same cut every time, right? But the hand doesn't only know through memory and habit. The hand also knows through intuition, where you have to make adjustments, based on what you know about the patient, the family history, whether the patient is diabetic or not, etc., etc. So it's not mechanical, is her point. It is also informed by an understanding of the whole human being, and those raise human questions and not just anatomical questions. Exactly.
Yes, that's a very good example.
If anybody's interested, Yancy, I'm quite happy to send you the lecture itself.
Yes, please do.
To give to the students. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It makes you think about 4-hour technologies like robot surgery.
Right.
I mean, obviously the robot will do the right thing because it's been programmed in a particular way, but will the intuition be there, and will it be satisfactory? Will we be able to teach robots our kind of human intuition? I'm a bit skeptical about that. I don't know how we're going to do that. ChatGPT doesn't have that intuition. It is, although it imitates us very effectively, it really is not intelligent in the senses in which we've been talking about this morning. Emotional intelligence, social intelligence, intuition. It doesn't have that.
No, and I think that's important. That's important to say. And I think the people who are a bit more level-headed, the tech evangelists, of course, will tell you that robots are going to take over the that's nonsense.
Yeah.
But the more thoughtful people will tell you we tend to overstate the capacity of machines. It doesn't mean they don't pose a danger, for example, with military weaponry, etc. And robots being sent into war, because obviously you then don't have to have humans dying. But beyond that, we have enormous powers in humans to actually program what we can and cannot, expect from these machines. So, yeah.
Yes, I think
there's a question.
What you're saying. Oh, good. Okay. Brown, Malautsi.
Can somebody read back the question to me?
Sure. Greetings, may I ask a question? Is it recommended for university students to be educated students while still in varsity, rather than being trained, considering the amount of workload we are faced with?
Yeah, that's a great question, Brown. So as a curriculum theorist, I obviously work with university leaders, advising on all of this stuff. So when I was Vice Chancellor at Free State University, we created a core curriculum that every first-year student had to do. And the core curriculum involved courses in astronomy, courses in ethics, courses in social justice, courses in history. I taught the history module. And every student had to do that. Now, here's the thing about the university curriculum. It is not, as a dean would typically tell you, particularly deans of science and engineering, they will tell you there's no time in the curriculum. Oh, yes, there is. In fact, that very curriculum is a human construct. When EXA, the accrediting authority, says change your curriculum in engineering, they change it. When PSYCA does that for accountants, they change it. So this not when the HPCSA says that for the medical degree, they change it. So you must understand that there is always enough time to enrich what is essentially a training curriculum with other modules. For example, 30, 40 years ago, it was unthinkable that a medical degree would have had a problem-solving orientation built into it, thanks to the Scots, right? Legal schools thought that the only way to teach law was to teach Latin. You don't find Latin anywhere. It's certainly not in Africa anymore. So this notion that everything is fixed is nonsense. And what that means is you can creatively give students, yes, look, I don't want my doctor to only know philosophy. She or he better know something about cardiovascular genetics or something, whatever the case may be. But I also want you to understand, something about patience, something about fear, something about compassion, something about, how we as human beings, I recently had one or two excursions to the hospital for the first time in my life, and I can tell you, as much as I appreciated the precision of these excellent surgeons, I also appreciated the ability to talk to me, to listen to how I was feeling about what was going to happen, to listen to my, my own fears. In fact, if you think about it, and let me just stick with medicine for another second. Jansi, since you and Brown are the only people talking to me, let me ask you, what is the first question a doctor asks you as a new patient? And I'm going to give you a hint here. It is not a medical question.
What's your name? No.
Nope.
What's your problem? What's your problem?
No.
What are you coming with?
Yeah, they ask that, of course, they ask that. But one of the key questions is a humanities question. It's a history question. Did your father also have high blood pressure? Did your mother? In other words, these are humanities questions.
Yeah.
So even though we think, that it's, let's see where the art is beating right and so on, they do need to know where you're coming from. Is there a history of, arthritis or whatever the case might be? And that's the beauty of it. We just don't make it at the level of conscious training, that these are ways in which human questions and obviously cardiovascular questions in this example are very closely interrelated.
Yeah. Indeed.
Thanks, Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Brown. Right, how are we doing for time? I think we're out of time at this stage.
Okay.
Prof Jonathan? Yes, which is a great pity. I would have loved to continue talking about these issues, but certainly it has placed something very thought-provoking in our midst that we need to think about. And it's not just up to the people who make the curriculum. One should have your own response to the curriculum and be critical of it and look outside it to give you a greater perspective. I absolutely agree with you. I think we need to become complete, holistic persons through our education and be able to criticize what we're fed, both in the universities, in the media, and in terms of what people tell us. So thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you. Have a good time.
You too. Bye. Right. Itu, is Dr. Mjwara here yet? Yes, he is here. I see him. Our next speaker is the Director General of the Department of Science and Technology. The Department of Science and Innovation. In the past few years, the department has become aware that it has to emphasize innovation to the public, and that the government has to emphasize that. Not that you've always been promoting innovation, because you have, but the department is now known as the Department of Science and Innovation. And the NSTF made a special honorary award to Dr. Philemon Mjwara at the recent NSTF Awards because of the critical contribution that he has made to South African science, technology, and innovation, and the contribution that he's made to NSTF's growth and the growth of the NSTF Awards, in fact. So, Dr. Mjwara, congratulations. I've got now a chance to congratulate you face to face. We are certainly very honored to be associated with you and very proud. And so I will hand over to you straight away. I gather that you will be leaving soon after your talk. The floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Yancy. Thanks, CEO, and thanks to the rest of the team. The disadvantage I have is I don't know who I'm talking to in terms of the audience that you have. But what I thought I would talk about is, first of all, who we are as a Department of Science and Innovation and what we're trying to do, and make it perhaps more relevant by some of the initiatives that we are driving now as part of the second leg of the decadal plan. So thanks, first of all, to you and the NSTF for the award that I got. I'm really humbled and privileged to have worked for the science system and for the department that has given me and the rest of the team that I work with the space to try some of these ideas. So recently I went to an event where they wanted to have us showing women what are the benefits of the work that we do in the Department of Science and Innovation. And then I thought, talking about the terms that we usually use, it's probably not going to give the audience the essence of who we are. So I then thought, let me just say that we are in the business of understanding how things work. So in our speak in the National System of Innovation, we say that we are in the business of developing knowledge. And then I'll come back and talk about how we measure that, but it's a very important aspect of the work that we do. And then, of course, the second aspect of the work that we do, which has 2 bullet points, is how do we utilize that knowledge? One for economic impact, but also for social impact. So those are the 2 legs of the knowledge exploitation. So as people say, but we still don't know what you mean. And then I say to them, if you think about a fridge that you have as a product in your own home, it's knowledge that is packaged into something that society needs in order to cool the food that they buy so it can last longer. So you can't develop a fridge unless you have the knowledge of what we call in science thermodynamic processes. People say, we still don't know what you mean. I say, well, a car is essentially statistical and thermodynamic physics principles that are packaged in the engine that converts fuel, air, and the spark that comes from the spark plug, and convert that form of energy into another form of energy that then turns the wheels. The rest is just, so that's one of the things that we do. The other things that we do in the socio-economic aspect of our knowledge generation is, for instance, we've been working with communities in the science system to map knowledge providers, so people who understand knowledge and generate knowledge, on how indigenous knowledge system actually works and become efficacious. So we've been working with indigenous knowledge providers to help them understand what is it that works in a medicinal plant that they use to treat people. So they would work with us as science, understand the ingredient that work, and then, of course, making sure that these things are not toxic. So that's another part of the work that we do. And then lastly, as I say, we then train people, and we have scientists. We make sure we've got the scientists to do this. And we've got large infrastructure and tools that we have in the National System of Innovation to do this. And then the idea of a National System of Innovation is an idea where we try to put all the institutions in the public system that generate knowledge with the private users of knowledge. In this case, we call them the private sector. But we also try and use these tools that we have, the people and the infrastructure that we have, in order to then help government to do its business better. So I hope you have a sense of what the National System of Innovation is, what it does, and who we are. So what we then did in the last couple of years is we developed a white paper and the decadal plan. A decadal plan is a 10-year plan, 2021 to 2031, that identifies priorities that are in line with the new policy, the white paper. And essentially what this decadal plan is trying to do, we're saying it's working with two legs. The one leg is to continue to build the science system and the National System of Innovation with all of the things that I've referred to, whether it's increase the number of researchers that do research and train postgraduate students, whether we increase the number of people with PhDs in the universities, whether we continue to look for funding for large-scale infrastructure that they could use. So we continue want to do that because the system is very, very small in relation to other countries that have the same size of the population. So we want to do that, and we'll continue to do that as a Department of Science and Innovation. The second aspect, of course, of the decadal plan, largely that we want to focus attention on, is the utilization of knowledge, as I've referred to earlier on, where we want to identify programs within the National System of Innovation that have matured and that we think can help government, the private sector, and society at large to do things better. So one of the things that we are looking at is how are new technologies needing to be developed in South Africa in new areas of growth, as we call them. We call them new sources of growth. So we've identified an area which we call circular economy and digital economy, and we are investing hugely in these areas in order for South Africa not to be left behind in these areas where we think the new economic growth is going to come from. So what do I mean by this? If you take artificial intelligence, for an example, can it be used in a way that helps us to do things better, but also to grow in economic activities, young, small, medium enterprises and entrepreneurs in this case? We've just come out of the meeting now where we have had one of our entities wanting us to support them on the use of artificial intelligence in the mining sector to monitor fires. As you know, a lot of deaths in the mining sector is through fires and sometimes through gases, methane, that sometimes you detect very, very late. So they're wanting to use artificial intelligence, of course, to monitor the mine, but also to make sure that you have an early warning out of the mine using AI. The second one is AI in health, where we have been investing in an infrastructure to produce isotopes in Cape Town, the cyclotron facility at Temba Labs. And they have identified that by using artificial intelligence, you can set up your isotope production in a manner that will help you to double the isotope production that we use in South Africa and for the rest of the continent. Isotopes are basically materials that are produced in order for you to get better imaging for diagnostics for patients, for instance, suffering from cancer and other type of diseases. And therefore, using particular isotopes or particular cancers, you can get a better resolution and get a better sense of where the cancer is located. And therefore, when you treat the cancer and when you have to do chemotherapy or neutron bombarding of the cancer, you're very targeted, so you don't destroy the cells that are not affected by cancer. And the professor, Mike Satecha, and his team at Steve Biko Hospital have been treating these patients, and these patients, we are told, have a much longer life after they've been treated with these isotopes, as well as this better imaging. So this is something, for instance, that we think can help the nation to save the cost, improve people's living standards to even longer, so they can continue to contribute to the economy and the quality of life of their families. And the other area is in circular economy, where we want to look at material flow and reduce the use of material, not just recycling, but less material for the things that we want to do, whether it's in the food production or whether it's in the energy production or manufacturing in general. So we're starting this program here at the CSIR in order to make sure that we are continuing to support circularity in the Economy One project that we are funding, is where we're taking the gases that are coming out of a cement factory and use those gases, inject hydrogen to produce fertilizer salts and sulfuric acid, for instance. We've piloted this initiative in one of the cement factories in Dwaalboom, and we are trying to go into the second phase of demonstration of this in Kelvin Power Station here in Kempton Park. And if this is successful, we are having a conversation now with the Minister of Electricity to have these things contributing to an extension of some of the power stations' lifespan that we have. We've also identified the need to modernize some of the sectors of the economy. For an example, we're working with the Mining Sector Mineral Council, which is an industry body of mining companies, to look at the challenges in the mines and how we can modernize some of these. So this is not just the AI, one example, but all of the problems of longevity of mines, things like ore body identification, so that you don't drill everywhere underneath the mine, you drill exactly where the ore is. Data systems that are used and sensors in the mining area. So we've got this program called SAMEDI, South African Mineral Extraction Research Development and Innovation, which is basically a private-public partnership initiative to support research and innovation in the mining sector. And then we also are doing the same in agriculture. We've been working with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development for this. And then we're also looking at how we can modernize manufacturing. A week ago, there was a national space conference held at the CSIR, and I was asked to launch a model rocket, where we've now been able to produce a rocket that can go up to about 20 kilometers to take whatever goods you want to take into space. And this is going to be now taken to the next level, where you can even take low Earth orbiting microsatellites into space. So we're very, very excited about these initiatives as examples of how you can modernize manufacturing. We've also identified large-scale innovation programs in energy as well as in vaccines. The last one that I perhaps want to share with you now is the one on vaccines, because I've just again come out of a discussion around how we're going to fund this. There are 4 platforms, as we call them, in health. And these platforms, maybe before I do that, let me just say we spent approximately 13.5 billion rands in South Africa to import vaccines over a 3-year cycle. So we are asking ourselves, with the knowledge that we have in our institutions, publicly funded institutions, so these are universities and science councils, is it really impossible for us to produce our own vaccines, the actual ingredient that goes into the vial that you get injected with when you go into a vaccine in a hospital. And we have identified that most of the vaccines that we import are based on what we call inactivated pathogen platform, what we call the virus-like particle platform, conjugated platform, as well as the new platform called the mRNA. And on these platforms, we've identified Rift Valley fever, which is a vaccine that is used for animals, but this vaccine can also be used for humans. So we've agreed with a number of institutions to start doing research for producing Rift Valley fever in South Africa, ARC, and the other support biological products here in Pretoria. We've agreed that we are going to develop the capability for hepatitis B. We have agreed that we are going to develop HPV, human papillomavirus virus, and then TB virus. And by choosing to develop these viruses, these in South Africa, vaccines, we think that we'll be able to save the country almost 13.9 billion rands every year. We are not calculating the cost of the import, export, based on the fact that the rand-dollar exchange fluctuates. We are not counting the spin-out companies and the ecosystem that would benefit from the production of these vaccines. So we're still trying to get the numbers in much more detail. But we've taken a decision. We want to develop these vaccines locally for the local consumption, but also for the rest of the African continent and go to the rest of the world. And then maybe the last contribution in terms of what the National System of Innovation does, it also looks at how we can use knowledge for better decision-making to help government make better decisions. I'm going to refer to the times of COVID, when we were all not so sure what this virus was about. And you'd remember that we set up the Network for Genomic Surveillance, which was looking at the surveillance of the evolution of the virus, and want to be able to understand as the variants of the virus and the virus was mutating and changing, whether we can pick that up, and whether if you've developed a vaccine, you'll be able to make sure that that vaccine is suitable for that variant. Because if you vaccinate people at such costs, huge costs, but the variant evades the vaccine, you'd still get people sick, and therefore you'll spend a lot of money having treatment of people. So we developed this network for genomic surveillance, and it was a very, very useful use of science to demonstrate evidence in policy making and in decision making by government at that time. And now, of course, we continue to use that network for genomic surveillance as part of the ecosystem that we are developing for what we call pandemic preparedness. So they are being pulled together as the group of institutions that can help us to be proactive in surveying of the viruses that are coming, what pandemics are likely to come, and be better prepared to do that. And then lastly, we have been supporting what is called the district development model, where we are using our knowledge of the projects that we have within the system. But what we have done is we've developed something which we call a geographic information system, a GIS system that allows you to locate all of these projects all over the country, and to develop something which we call Impact Simulator, which we have developed together with a number of institutions and the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, to look at what impact such initiatives in this district could do to improving the quality of life of the people. So we've developed a 4-stage model on how you can then analyze through this GIS model, indicating what these projects are, about the likely impact that they can have to move that district to a higher level. So we use this to provide decision-making to the various districts. And of course, we're starting this with the district where our minister and the deputy minister are district champion. So I have not concluded everything, Yancy, but hopefully this gives the audience a flavor of who we are as the National System of Innovation, what we're trying to do and what we have succeeded, but most importantly, what we think we can still do going forward in South Africa to support key objectives of the country, which is using science, technology, and innovation for enhanced socio-economic impact.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mjwara. I always admire your ability to bring things together and to have an overall view, a holistic view of what is going on in the country and where science can play a role in that. There is time for questions. Students, do you have questions? We've got about 4 minutes. This is a lot to take in, but I think what is very heartening is that there is a focus on these very high impact areas where science can make a difference and where South African expertise can be grown to address the problems that we're facing. It is also wonderful that we have actually learned from the crisis of COVID-19 and not let the crisis go to waste, as someone said. But we've actually made use of it to go forward and to be prepared for pandemics. The NSTF held a discussion forum 2 years ago about how to be prepared for the next pandemic that comes along. And indeed, it is heartening to know that that lesson and those lessons have been taken on board to ensure that we will handle it well next time. It's also, I'm quite glad that we were able to include scientists to advise the government during the pandemic. Prof Jansen pointed out that there were some very strange things that happened during the pandemic, and if there was a broader thinking, in some ways there was narrow-minded thinking, but it wasn't by the scientists. It was about other aspects of government. And so the advisory council was made up of scientific experts, medical experts, and they couldn't really advise on the other aspects of how to handle the pandemic. But I think we will take some of those issues on board as we go forward. As long as we keep on revisiting them, we keep on working on the science behind it and the advisory role of science, I think. What do you think about the advisory role of science?
We are setting up something, learning from COVID, Yancy, thanks for the question, called the Policy Data Observatory. I wish I was there when Professor Jansen was talking, because we recognized at the time of COVID that natural science and medical science was one aspect of the challenges brought about by the pandemic, but we also realized that there were others. For instance, the social impact of the pandemic, and then also the psychosocial challenges of the pandemic. So in our case, we brought in the Human Sciences Research Council, and you'd remember that there were two challenges at the time where we needed the social scientists' perspective. The first one was the vaccine hesitancy, and they were able to get the sentiment of the South African population around vaccine hesitancy, the percentages just broadly, and why people were hesitant to get involved in vaccine. The second one was the social impact of the vaccine when people were not working, including things like how people were not able to access ARVs, and therefore, if you like, the health aspect of this. So we were able to provide all of this information. Maybe not all of it was always visible when, you know, we're in the middle of the pandemic, but learning from this, and we have the infrastructure, we have the South African Population Research Infrastructure SARChI node, well, as an organization, and it's got nodes in different parts of the country, and they were able to work with societies on the ground to give us a sense of what was happening. And of course, the Human Sciences Research Council using its tools to really give us the perceptions of what was happening. But broadly, we think that we don't do enough as a science community to use science to inform policy. So we're establishing this National Policy Data Observatory, where we can use science to assist in decision making, but also to strengthen our policy intent of using scientific knowledge for informing policy. So this is an area of work in the decade plan that we would like to enhance. For an example, we've invested hugely in the last couple of years on the research to understand climate change broadly in terms of the models that are available globally, but also downscaling those models to what's happening in the sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Africa in particular, and then collecting data and using some universities to make that data to be available to areas where these universities are for decision-making at local government level. So in my view, this is a classic example of how we can enhance that activity elsewhere as well. For instance, can we have an early prediction of clouds? Can we have an early predictions of this year's impact of La Nina on our agricultural activities and other impacts that such heat that is unusual is going to have? So I think as the scientific community, we still need to think hard about how to institutionalize our ability to use science to inform decision-making. I am aware, for instance, that the NRF, working with the research chairs, had set up a community of practice of research chairs that are working on poverty to understand really what we mean by poverty, because we use the words loosely sometimes because there are different levels of poverty and where it's located and what interventions are being made. Are they adequate? Are they not? So this group of practice of the scientific community research chairs that are doing this work, I'm told that they have organized themselves and they are using the knowledge and the research that they do to provide presidency on what this really means. So there are some successes. We had some successes during COVID, maybe not known. We've had some successes. We can still do more. So that's my view on this. And I think the science system is well positioned to position itself to be the go-to entity or a group of entities when there's a challenge. And COVID helped because we raised our hands to say we can at least be a trusted partner in providing solutions to government.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for that response. I would urge the students to stay informed about what is happening in the South African science system or national system of innovation. You might be able in time to see your role within that, and relating it to the other speakers' presentations to identify the place where you would like to specialize, the problems you would like to solve, the businesses you could possibly start, the innovations that you could launch, all those kinds of things. So this is, I think, very informative for the students, Dr. Mjwara, to know that there is a bigger system and that system takes into account that government has to make decisions on the basis of evidence, scientific evidence, and that there is constant generation of new knowledge within the system, and people are finding their place within that, and they're managing to thrive in their research careers as well. So, do you have to leave at this stage?
I'm afraid if there are no further questions, yes, it's one of those days. I was saying to Zanele, I know we agreed because he had other speakers line up for this session. If you don't mind, please, I'm more than happy, even if you send questions in writing, I'm more than happy to respond to them. And again, if the students and whoever is online want to reach out to the department, know more about what we do, either directly or through the entities that we fund, we'll be more than happy to respond.
Or through the NSTF.
Yes,
Thank you very much. It's really, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule and out of your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you, and all the best for the coming year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to me. Bye.
Bye. Right. Gosh, what did you think of that? Can you tell us? We now have an opportunity to discuss. You have opportunities to ask questions, although I don't think any of the speakers are here. You can ask questions and I can see if I can answer them from what I know about the system and about the speakers. Or you can talk, or you can ask other questions which are not related to what we've been talking about here. Itu Meleng, would you like to say something? Are you hearing me, Itu? You're muted. Maybe I could just say that you would have glimpsed some of what Dr. Mjwara was talking about during your tour, if you attended the Brilliants tour. At Steve Biko, work is being done there with nuclear isotopes. And Dr. Mjwara said that they had found that people live much longer and a better quality of life if they have had if they've had this treatment. He also referred to the use of AI, and I don't know if that was highlighted on the tour at all. Anyone? Or Itu? I didn't accompany you, so I don't actually know what you learned there. Can you tell me what you learned? Jeremiah, you've got your microphone open. No? No. I'm only seeing part of your profile there. Come on. What did you learn at Steve Biko Hospital when you went on the tour? I'm going to start calling on people. Actually, I think that would be a good idea. Okay, I'm just going to tell you one or two things that to put into perspective our discussions on this day, and then I'm going to go one by one. So I want to point out that although we had a lot of emphasis in the beginning of the program on women in science, particularly Black women in science, it is not to exclude anybody at all. The point is that men have a head start in the world of science and engineering. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. There are all kinds of factors that are that explain that. In some parts of the world, only 25% or lower of women are involved in scientific research. In South Africa, it's about 33% of women. So our top scientists, for example, in the NSTF-South32 Awards, who have been winners, are 34% women. So we're doing well as South Africa, but it's still only a third. And so there will be programs always to try and attract women into science who have the interest and the ability, and to help them along so that we don't lose the demographic representation, because that can automatically happen. But boys, you are more than welcome. You are right to be where you are. Please don't regard this as an attempt to say that men should not be involved in science. Interestingly enough, there was one of the men who attended the awards gala dinner who made a comment that there are no white boys in the Brilliants group. And that is actually not true. There are white guys who were selected for the Brilliants program, but they were not able to attend the gala dinner. So that's the reason why they weren't seen on the photograph. But everybody who's capable and interested should be doing science, engineering, technology, and medical science, because there is a great need to do so. And there's great hope for all of us and for our country to, by being involved in that and generating excellence, generating knowledge in South Africa, on the African continent as well, that will take us forward, allow us to solve problems. And in the end, we hope and we dream of the prosperity that it will bring to our society, to our country as well. Okay, having said that, all right, let's see. Lisa Marie, can I call on you first? Can you tell me what struck you from these talks this morning?
I joined a bit late because I attended classes, so yes, I didn't see a lot.
Okay, so did you hear Dr. Philemon Mjwara talking?
Yes, Miss. There's a lot of interesting topics that I found out about in which they are doing research that I didn't know about. So I learned a lot from it. And I would say everything was interesting. There wasn't something specific. It was just, yes, everything was interesting to me.
Okay, great. Thank you. Brown, Balawutse.
Mute. Greetings, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, what struck you from what you've heard?
Basically, I was interested in everything they said, but more interested in the business side of science, like the use of science in starting the business. But what I think is more important is actually putting the business, I mean the scientific and engineering ideas to the market.
Yeah.
So as to generate income and profit.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes, I always think that's an important aspect to include because, yes, indeed, there is money in science. There are ways to generate businesses and to actually make a living that is different from the laboratory, or you can make money in the laboratory, you know, in various ways. So I'm glad you appreciated that. Okay.
Thank you.
Who else? Thank you, Brown. Boikanyo. Is Boikanyo there? You're still muted. Hey, Andile.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, and you?
Fine, thanks. What did you like this morning from what you heard from the speakers?
Oh, like what I like in then. Okay. First, the thing about being educated and being trained. I think at this level, I'm being trained because there's a lot of work to cover and like within a short period of time. So I don't have like time to go to books or like study further. And yeah, the thing of starting a business, I think it's quite a good idea. Research, because I was thinking about doing like the HIV thing as we are learning about the immunology, seeing if like maybe I could apply that in learning the HIV research.
Oh, interesting. Yes. Oh, good. I'm glad that inspired you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, thank you, Andile. Boikanyo, are you ready? No? I think Boikanyo's had gone to have coffee. Beauty. Are you there, Beauty? Oh, that's Puleng. Is that Puleng? No. I'm having difficulty seeing who the students are. Sinokolo.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, Sinokolo. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thanks.
Okay, for me, what I took from this lesson is basically the steps needed to take in order to start a business. Because for me, I want to start a business, not for the purpose of getting profit, but just to help people. So I really liked on how he explained the steps needed to start a business and create something that you believe in. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also have a question on incorporating women on Black women on spaces, because for now we realize that men are overflooding the workplace now, and there's not a lot of women in the workplace. So for me, is this program going to create problems of where like a woman will not be given credit for her work, because it's people who might question on whether she got the job because of like affirmative action or because of her hard work.
Right. Yes. No, that's always an issue, isn't it? As as it is when one is Black as well, you know, that people will say, oh, it's affirmative action, obviously, you know, this person is included. But I think it is a case of proving yourself that that when you are strong and persistent and you continue doing the work that you are meant to do and you're making a good contribution, then you get included on merit. I've certainly found that. I found that it's not easy being a woman and trying to get somewhere where people will listen to you at some stage. And what it requires is that you are persistent, that you keep on doing it, and that you are not put off by failure, by people rejecting you, by people being nasty to you. It is a case of you will get there, despite the people who want to pull you down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks for that question. It's a good one. Okay, Jeremiah is trying desperately to connect on audio. But all of you can post comments and questions in the chat. You know that. And please do. Okay, and from my staff, any comments and questions? What have you learned? I hope you've learned something, especially when you're posting on social media. You must be paying attention. Bernard, what struck you this morning? Bernard?
Yes, how are you?
There you are. I'm well, and you?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm also good. Yeah, no, just in a nutshell, what stood out for me is Prof Jonathan Jansen's presentation on what is the difference between being educated and being trained. So it's quite a highlight for me because even though I have studied for a course, but it speaks a lot of volume also for me. And then once again, presentation by Mr. Tshepo Mangoele, who is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of LignOrganic company. And also is one of our award winners when he spoke about starting a business with a scientific idea, because of I think his topic is more important even for us who are working, not only for students, because I believe we should start minding our own business. We should start thinking about business given the current socio-economic condition that our country is faced with, and also the issue of recession, among other things. Yeah, that's my overall take from this motivational talk.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Bernard. Ria Betswe.
Hi, Yancy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. My favorite takeaway was from Prof Usisipho Feleni. Because thinking about what we had discussed on Friday, she spoke about fellowship, grants and fellowships from science institutions like CSIR, and then she mentioned overseas organizations like Fulbright. So yeah, I was very interested to know that, because I didn't even know that you can get a study grant as well as as well as funding for your research. So that was interesting.
Right. Yes. Yes, one doesn't know these things, eh? It's
Yes.
and somehow as an undergraduate, you have no clue that there's that kind of world where you could be funded to do what you want to do. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I thought it was very good that she said, keep on applying, you know, don't be affected by rejection. Keep on looking for opportunities. Yeah. Jeremiah, are you with us?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I had class, so that's why I'm in.
Sure. Sure, I understood that.
Yeah, so now I'm trying to mute myself.
Okay. Yes, we could hear you. And I've been seeing that you had a struggle connecting. What did you hear? Which speakers did you hear?
The time I had problems like connecting to the microphone, so now I can't hear you speaking.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you missed all the presentations.
Yeah, but I heard that they were being recorded, so
yeah,
I'd like to ask, maybe after the presentation is over, maybe someone can send me via WhatsApp.
We will be putting the presentations on the website under Youth, the Brilliance program. So please go and listen to it there. And if you listen to the program, then we will send you Prof Jansen's book. We'll be sending it to everybody. When you've listened, we will send you the book. It is called Learning Lessons, and it's basically advice for students. So you'll be able to read more from him. He's a very good writer, and he has written several books that are meant for a general audience. In other words, not a scientific or specialized audience. So they're very readable. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I'll check it.
Okay, Jeremiah, thank you. Okay. Itu.
Hi, Yancy.
Hi, Itu. Okay. Can I ask you for your impressions? What do you think? How do you think it went? And what struck you?
I think it went well because the way the program was structured, it caters for both the students and non-students.
Yeah,
I can say. Yeah. And also I like how we incorporated Mr. Mangoele topic into the program, because it's cooperating like business, the scientific, in the scientific world, the business and the science, how they can meet somehow. Yeah. So I liked how we incorporated that in the program.
Indeed.
And also what I liked, or rather that, got me thinking, is what Prof Jansen said about being trained and being educated. So it got me thinking back when I was, university, and like, in an honest truth, we are being trained. We are being trained because with a lot of, university, the workload is double of what you've been exposed to previously in high school. So it's hard for you to even, try to get more information, because already the information that you are trying to absorb, it's a lot. So, you know, being a student, somehow it's like you become stereotyped and be like, okay, this is the work I need to master and absorb. So for you to go out and be like, okay, I need to research more on this topic. Sometimes it happens along the way, especially when you are interested in a topic. But if you are not that interested and you just want to absorb the information so that you can get through and go to the next level, so it's hard for a student, you know, to find more information or to look for more information.
Indeed.
So yeah, that one really got me thinking. It took me back to my varsity years and be like, okay, yeah, we are being trained.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking, maybe during your undergrad, you're being trained, but then when you go to when you're post-grad, I think that's where you are being educated, I can say.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And certainly at post, sorry, Itu, if I can just say, at postgraduate level, you are expected to educate yourself also. You're expected to read wider, you're expected to have your own opinions, you're expected to generate your own passion and focus on a particular area as well. Yeah, so it's definitely something for postgrad, but it is, if you don't realize that, it can be a huge transition from undergraduate to postgraduate, and quite a difficult one.
Yeah. Sorry for my voice, I've got flu. Yeah.
Shame. Oh, shame. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, this was coming from Friday already, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, from Friday.
But thank you for that input. That's very valuable.
All right.
Yes. Who else? Who else has got something interesting to comment on? Vilna.
Jansie, it might not be interesting, but I thought I'll just tell the students, you know, so obviously I'm approaching my 60s, and so I'm no, you know, not a student, not a young person anymore, but there were many things that I could even learn from the talks. So definitely one never stops to learn, and one should never get to a point where you say to yourself, I know everything, I can do everything. Yeah. On a daily basis, we learn. And then the point of embracing diversity, it got me thinking, because we are so fortunate in South Africa to have a lot of diversity around us in many, many ways. I mean, we're a country with more than 10 official languages.
Well, at this stage.
Yes. So I wasn't exactly sure if it's 11 or 12, so I thought I'll say over 10. So, I mean, you know, there's so many opportunities. So you learn so much from different things and different people. So there's always that thing that you can learn more, and one should embrace it, whether it is to academically study something or whether it is to learn from one another as we work together, and really be open to allow people to say what they want to say in a respectful manner, of course, and to stand in their shoes and get an understanding of where they come from. So I thought, let me just say that also. Also, what Tshepo was saying, learning not to work alone, not to want to do everything by ourselves. And I think also what happens is we are sometimes so afraid to ask the dumb question. But is that, is there something like a dumb question? If someone doesn't know, is that being dumb? You know what I mean? I'm sorry if I call it dumb, but that's the common language that we all use.
Yeah.
But we don't need to work alone. We can ask for assistance. We can embrace fellow students, and maybe we make new friends and contacts for the future. Because a network of people that is sometimes, it's so important. You have to be part of a network because it will help you in life. To this day, I will tap into my friends' knowledge. So, for instance, I've got a bookkeeping problem that I don't understand how to resolve. I can ask somebody that's studied bookkeeping, and to this day, it will help me to do things better. So yes, diversity and working together and learning from other people, never stop learning. That's the thing I got from the talks today.
Thank you very much, Vilna. Yeah. No, indeed. We're never too old to learn. And as you go on, you realize the value of lifelong learning. It keeps your life meaningful, in fact. So I'm going to summarize now very briefly. So Usisipho Feleni, a professor from UNISA, urged us to apply and look for opportunities all the time. Research fellowships, for grants, for, well, she didn't say bursaries, but bursaries is another one, and to not give up. Also, she referred to competitiveness in academia, and indeed is extremely competitive. And when you go into business, you find that it's also cutthroat competition, basically. But the secret is not to be discouraged, to have persistence, to keep on. And Prof Feleni actually said, befriend your competitors. If you have competition with someone at varsity, then try to make friends, and you can inspire each other. And you can actually, if you are in conflict, you can actually be stimulated to become better. She also said you can't achieve it alone. So join support works, network. Women, there are women support programs, but you also must network with your male colleagues. And ultimately, your research grants and fellowships are very important because it will mean professional independence and success. She also said, start leading and becoming an expert early on. Develop your expertise in a niche area, in a specialized area. She said, be proactive, belong to a networking group, plan to move around and explore outside your comfort zone, apply for things. And then if you don't succeed, review, revise, improve your application, and just be persistent. Avoid overcommitment. Men and women should help each other and be focused and develop a specific expertise. Professor Salome Maswime from UCT spoke about outliers, and I think she spoke directly into where you are at as young students who have the potential to become great academics and researchers and practitioners. And she quoted Marianne Williamson that our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. We somehow fear success. And there is also the syndrome known as the imposter syndrome, which means that you feel like you don't deserve to be where you are, that someone will find out that you are somehow a fraud. But this often happens when people experience that they're the youngest ones, the first ones, the only ones, the top ones, the highest achievers. And I'm sure that some of you have felt that at times. But she said that you must persist and be real and be yourself, be you. Your peers might struggle to relate to you, although you were together all along the way. You might also forget that you still need to grow, that you need to develop certain aspects of your life. But remember that and keep on growing. Surround yourself with people who inspire and who energize you. Don't allow people to be negative and pull you down. And then she talked about something very interesting, that success is addictive, that as you are celebrated time and again, you have a sense that you're winning all the time. And then when you fail, it's actually very hard. And you could become discouraged, you could become depressed, and you could even look for getting your highs in a different way, in unnatural ways. She said, to quote her, that you could go into a very low low after you've been on a very high high. That's real, people. It definitely is real. So don't become discouraged. Don't give up. In the real world, you'll find that it's not only your brilliance that counts, that relationships are very important, that your IQ is important, yes, but your EQ, your emotional quotient, is very important. You've got to learn how to deal with change. Your social quotient, SQ, is important. You've got to learn to deal with people, because it is really in your relationships that you will find that you will grow and be successful. And then your adversity quotient. She's an interesting one. She didn't dwell on it very much, but that is your ability to deal with adversity. In other words, when you come up against barriers, when you stumble, when you make mistakes, when people are against you. The adversity quotient measures whether you can deal with that. Can you actually stand up, dust yourself off and go continue? Can you keep fighting despite the resistance from other people feeling like it's overwhelming? And that's a very important one, adversity quotient. She gave some tips. Write everything down that you want to achieve by the age of 35, and then you hide it somewhere, or you give it to someone who will keep it safe. And then when you're 35, on your 35th birthday, you have a look at that list. And you might have changed your mind entirely. You know, maybe you failed in terms of the list, but you've been amazingly successful in other ways. Don't be afraid to dream. Find mentors who believe in you. And she mentioned that she herself could be a mentor. So if you want to speak more to Prof Salome Maswime, you are free to contact her. Strive for excellence in all that you do. Don't allow failure or success to overwhelm you. Excellence is not being the best, it's being your best. A successful career involves these factors: your personality, how you make people feel. Okay, and that's not a permanent thing. If you have a shy personality at the moment, that can change. I used to be an extremely shy personality, and I've had to change, and I have. So it can be done, people, it can be done. Your character, how you respond to change. Excellence, how well you work. Serendipity, being at the right place at the right time. The more places you are, by the way, the more your chance of being at the right place at the right time. Your relationships, who you know, resilience, and reputation. And reputation is the thing that you gradually earn as you go ahead. Prof Nosipho Moloto from Wits said she's been trying to advise her grown-up sons for a very long time, and she doesn't feel like they've been listening, but she shared so much wisdom with us that I think they should be listening to her. She shared her personal life story, which was wonderful. It was wonderful to hear that. And in particular, she said, embrace diversity. It is good for you. It's good to have other people around you who stimulate and challenge you. She said, be ready to take the opportunities that are presented. I think it's Gary Player, the golf champion, who said that the more I practice, the more lucky I get. The more I practice, the more lucky I get. Right. Then you have to put yourself out there, said Prof Moloto, and strive for success. And she listed various attributes that would help you. One of the attributes is that you must be adaptable, particularly as technology changes incredibly fast, and with it, everything else changes very fast. Be adaptable, work on it, work on being adaptable. Ensure that you are digitally and data literate. Ensure if you get it, even if that's outside of your course. So keep a lookout for opportunities to learn more about digital and data literacy. I'm thinking particularly of coding. If coding is not part of the courses that you're doing, try and do that in your spare time as a hobby. You will not be sorry. More than ever, it's important to work with others and to communicate effectively. She also mentioned the emotional quotient as being very important, and resilience as being very important, and continuous learning. And she then said an entrepreneurial mindset is very important. In other words, the mindset that makes you think of what can you do new and differently, and how can you start a business with what you are learning. And then straight after that, Mr. Tshepo Mangoele was up talking about his background and about starting a business and giving advice on that. It is amazing what he has done. He certainly deserves his award because the LignOrganic is the first in South Africa and in Africa that uses lignin. He said, don't be unidimensional, be creative, do different things besides your science. Now, that isn't for everyone, but interestingly, we have found in our discussions in NSTF that, in fact, a creative environment is very good for scientific innovation. So bear that in mind. It's one of those things we really need to step outside of your course in which you're being trained, quoting Prof Jansen, that you actually need to be sufficiently open-minded and creatively minded in order to be innovative in the work you do. And that is in your scientific profession itself, in your profession, whether it's medical or engineering, and in becoming a researcher, and in starting a business that is related to your research. In all those areas, you will be needing to be creative. Right. Mr. Mangoele actually gave us the steps for bringing a scientific idea towards a business. I won't go into all of that, but please go back to his presentation and do remind yourself of that, because he gave extremely valuable advice. Ultimately, he said, keep calm and don't quit school. Don't drop out because some high flyers like Elon Musk dropped out. People will take you seriously if you complete the qualifications that you are doing. Right, then you had Jonathan Jansen, who is known for being a stirrer for provoking thoughts. And he said, you are not being educated, you're being trained, and you haven't proved your brilliance yet. I think it was a good point at which he came in, having received the very supportive advice of the previous speakers, because indeed there is a long road ahead, a long, hopeful and successful road ahead for you, and you must build on the brilliance that you have already to get to the next level. As I said, if you've attended or you've watched the presentation, you will be sent a book by Prof Jansen. And then finally, we had Dr. Mjwara, the Director General, that means the head, the principal of the Department of Science and Innovation, who has done so much for South African science and innovation, who has guided our government's policy in all respects in science and innovation. And he is well worth listening to. He's got a broad picture, a bird's eye view, an eagle's eye view over the whole scientific sector, which isn't an isolated sector, it is everywhere. And so the department is involved in all disciplines and sectors. They are doing work specifically on the circular economy, on the digital economy, on mining, on agriculture, on manufacture, on rockets. He referred to the model rocket that he launched just on Friday that can take goods into space, and particularly will be useful for taking satellites into space. And you know, nowadays satellites are quite small. They can do a lot with small hardware. So those will probably be taking up South Africa's satellites into space. We do have one or two there already, but those are really a very small start, and I'm hoping that we will see a lot more being done with South African space science. And then vaccines, and I thought this must be very interesting for those of you who are studying medicine. We have a vaccine industry that is about to take off like a rocket. And then I asked him, and he spoke about the advice to government that science has a duty and a function to inform government on their decisions. And that is at all levels, including local level and district level. And the department is busy working on that and trying to coordinate the kind of experiences and scientific knowledge into formats that can actually advise government. And with that, I can announce the closing of our motivational talks program for this year. It was wonderful to have you online and listening and interacting a little bit as well. And I hope that you have a lot that you are taking away from these talks. So keep well, keep in touch, and we wish you all the best for your studies going forward. Goodbye.